Yeah, what's going on, guys? It's new. We're here again. We got a bunch of maps to knock out. Committing to 100 pilfering boxes. And the second day. I haven't touched anything on these dump tabs whatsoever since closing stream before. Now, I need to make sure that all the numbers are up to date. Let me see what I got. Dove. What's going on, guy? What's up? You're saying hi? You got something important to tell me. 28 sanctuary maps. 8. Divine Beauty. 8. Doing a little updating here since I was wrong about how much of this stuff I had. Ah, yeah, finally catching the stream. Well, it is the weekend. It is the weekend. Dragon's Heart. Add that one in. I guess that's a decent card. Okay. I think that... Yeah, I'll take one glance at it again. Yeah. Okay. You still enjoying PoE1? Hey, you swapped builds, didn't you? Aren't you doing it like a different build now? I thought I saw something in the Discord about you running something that wasn't cast on crit, poison, detonate, dead. Oh, I'm dumb. Gonna need some supplies, aren't we? Yes. Yes, let's get back into the swing of it. Multi-boxing. A cast when stun. I guess that's easy, you just let one take all the hits. Wait, you do multi-boxing? I didn't know you were that sweaty. You didn't strike me as a sweaty guy. Multi-boxing is super sweat. This league you are. Alright. How much is Dragonheart worth? I don't know, like... I think like maybe half a divine. I remember it wasn't a garbage card anyway. It's on the low end of what I put on the overlay. Just kind of any card that's like reasonably high value is on there. Like Fortunate card didn't make the cut. Big. Oh, my favorite Burning Arrow Elementalist. I feel bad. I've plotted out Burning Arrow Elementalist and still haven't played it. If I actually league started as that, people really, I mean, you think people make fun of me for this league starter. Man, you'll see the whole community just tear me apart. I try to league start Burning Arrow Elementalist. I already know it. It's too unsafe. Too unsafe of a league starter. We were talking about this last time on stream. All the pushback I got for this league starter. Can't have fun anymore in this game. You can barely make your own build anymore in this game without getting torn apart. I wear it like a badge of honor at this point. Yeah. True, it is the genesis of my content name. Content creator name, BAE, Burning Arrow Elementalist. Alright, we got one open here. First box opening, and it's a reopen. Let's go. Big reopen box here. That's a super rolled box. Twice over. What? That's 6 openings in 3 boxes. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, these are high quant maps, so should be pretty good. $700 cards at least. Might be 800. $729. A respectable first map coming back. Yeah, alright, I'll take it. Yeah. I'll take that. Not too bad. I've seen worse. That map is only like 4 minutes. It's pretty crazy. Sometimes these maps are like really fast. It's not like I had 0 boxes. I guess I rolled them all quick though. Wow, 2 cartographers already. What the hell? So, what do you think at this point, guys? Are we just in the PoE 2 waiting room, or are we seriously playing PoE 1 still? I gotta leave that one. Curious about PoE 1, I can't let go and move on. Oh, you're like PoE 1 absolutist territory still, huh? Really? Even after this league? Even after you've been psyoped into thinking PoE 2 is a better game by virtue of this terrible league? The GGG psyop didn't affect you? Dude, what the heck? This is the 4th cartographer box I've found in this map. What is going on? That's like a record, dude. I don't think I've ever found 4 cartographer boxes in one map. I used to have fun. Druid will be another slow class. Dude, it's alright. I'm going to save Druid. I'm saving Druid preemptively. I guarantee you Druid is going to be a banging class. Because I'm going to league start it with Twister. You give Windy Druid Twister, it can't possibly be bad. Like, the theme of that alone trumps any issues that the class might have. You can fall in love with it theme alone. Windy Druid, come on. Who's goo-goo for Windy Druid? Guy's probably salivating at the thought. Nice, big quant. Minion master. Get the minion crap out of here. We don't need no minion druid. I'm hoping that I don't need to run the 1 minion I ran last time. I don't want to. No, you can't make me. Can't make me. I think I only had like 3 boxes. Let's find out. There's one. Wolfpack? You guys talking crazy talk. Pack. Alright, that's a good start. Jesus Christ, dude. What? That dropped 4 sanctuary maps right there and a 16.5 mausoleum. Well, I got 4 boxes on this map. Wow, dude. Wait, I might have a record-breaking number of tier 17s dropped in one map. I might actually. I already have 4, and I have 3 more cartographers. Actually, let's just go. I just want to bind them right now. I'm super curious. Alright, here's number 2. I care more about cartographers than diviners right now. Okay, that sucked. That sucked. Still one more. Here it is. Come on, come on, go 6 tier 17 maps, come on. Ah, dang it. I mean, I think after you drop like 4, you only have probably the snowball's chance in hell of getting another tier 17. It probably actually it probably only counts as 2 drops, not 4. If they double move speed, we can talk. Yeah, I can give you double movement speed. Run Whirling Slash and scale your attack speed. There you go. I just gave you double movement speed. It's that easy. That easy. How did that not start? $503 cards. Alright, just beat 4 sanctuary maps in value. I'll be happy. Oh, hey, that did not beat. Nope. Nope. Eris, hey, thanks for the sub. Hey, I really appreciate that sub because you know I'm about to go back to playing PoE 2. You still subbed. You're a real one for that. It must be my debonair personality. Because it can't be the game. Probably tuning in for a while playing PoE 1. Oh, okay. Be careful though, you might get jealous when you see my insane movement speed. I already have a video out called When PoE 2 Becomes PoE 1. The movement speed in clear is like kind of out of this world. What was that? I got water spouted to death while alking, man, alking boxes. Do you think the leagues are coming out too soon? I mean, it kind of feels like a whiplash effect, not gonna lie, after having like, what, like 5-month leagues or something between? It does kind of feel like that, but as a content creator, I'm of a different opinion on it. It's helpful for me that we don't have this crazy downtime in between. You guys remember one content creator had to quit over the crazy time in between, which was God, what was his name? I forgot. Why am I forgetting his name? Remember the guy who made the video talking about how he's going back to join the army again? How did I forget his name already? Blonde guy. MB. MBX, yes. God. That was weird. I forgot his name. I already memory hold myself. Yeah, MB Extreme. There we go. I feel bad. I forgot his name. I mean, it has been a while since I've thought about him, but or seen any content. But anyway, yeah, he quit over the. I mean, it was in part because of the super long hiatus between leagues, and he was holding out for PoE 2's release, you know, coping that it would revitalize his content and enjoyment of the game, and it just didn't for him. So then after that, he felt like he had no choice but to quit. Alright, I officially realize this map is dangerous. Now I'm going to stop yapping and going to start focusing on this map. Still about to die. Holy Christ. Pretty bad when you focus and still almost die. Is that the best I can do? I got a good slam at least. It's about the lifestyle too. Yeah, that's fair. He was talking about that as well. You know what I mean? Like, it was something I could relate to as a content creator. Him taking kind of some issue with the. It's not just the long hiatus. It was the really janky schedule. Like, we just really had no idea how long a league would last and how long it would take to get another league, and things would get pushed off like 2 or 3 times over. That's actually really shitty for anyone who's trying to make a living by making content. It's super shitty. We don't really talk about it much. I'm not one to complain too much about that thing, but it is super shitty. Especially if you truly are relying, like you don't even have like a side job or anything. And if you're, you know, you're not so popular, you got like a big cushion or something where you can handle those times. That's not even to speak about, you know, the fact that some leagues are just way more popular than others or less popular than others. And that can also exacerbate the issue. If you gotta wait a long time between leagues and the next league that came out sucks and it says like a massive fall off of viewers across the board, that's just rough. Alright, here we go. So I thought I wasn't going to get very many cards on this map, but actually the back half spawned triple diviner box in the back, and we're getting a bunch of reopens. 3 opens on box 1. Actually, this map has like 6 or 7 boxes, I just realized. Yeah, it did. It actually had 6. Alright, number 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. Alright. This is gonna be what the kids like to call a banger. A banger map. Right, kids? Easily 1,200 cards coming up. 1269. 1269. Wow. I'd rather have 1,269 cards than 69 cards. I'd actually rather have 6,969 cards though, to be fair. Although no, I wouldn't, because then I wouldn't be able to kill the boss. Actually, in Legacy of Frisia, what was the literal highest number of cards ever seen? Was it like 5,000? I wonder. Anybody ever see 5,000 cards? Let's see it. One Tink, a Sanctuary map. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's not. $38. It's almost 2 a.m. here. I'm gonna pay tomorrow for sleeping late. Yeah, but you'll dream of quad apothecary drops. So your dreams will be sweeter. Wonder how many. I guess I'll have about 60 to 70 sanctuary maps in 100. (10:40 p.m.) Wait, so you got like all the sleep in the world, unless you have to wake up at like 3 a.m. or something. Is. That's what I like to see. You get ripped by a ice nova, not see my health move at all. Inflammatory disease. Chronic inflammatory disease. Rheumatic arthritis. Wow. Well, hey man, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I'm a big believer in intermittent fasting or fasting. Usually, in most cases, I believe, in most cases, chronic inflammation issues can usually be solved by eating less often. I think is the best way of putting it. Spending more time in the fasted state, less time in the feasted state. That usually has nothing short of miraculous effects on things like arthritis and stuff. But not a doctor, so just throwing that out there. I don't have a particularly great diet, but one thing I have changed dramatically in the last 10 years is how much time I spend in the with an active digestion. I've lowered that window. Usually anything. I like the 16-8. 16-8 is comfortable to me. It takes a little getting used to, but not eating anything at all for 16 hours straight, or not consuming any calories for 16 hours straight is... I tend to feel my best with that sort of ratio. I could probably stretch it to... I sometimes do like 18-4, but especially when I'm used to 16-8 and I do 18-4, I get really fucking hungry those last couple hours. But that's, you know, that's part of the internal clock and everything kicking in. I've never done a full day fasting. I've thought about it. I was actually thinking about it, doing a full day. That sounds rough. So when I do like 16-8, I really don't feel hungry. If I do it and I do it right and I eat fairly decent fibrous meals, I will get moderately hungry like 3 hours, between like 1 and 3 hours before bed, which is way outside the normal eating window anyway. But it's just like it starts to go on long enough where my body's like, all right, you've been a long time to eat. Because I wake up at like 9 and eat at 11 and 4. Those are usually the time that I'm eating. So I basically like between, well, it usually ends up being like actual eating time between like 12 and 6. Yeah, 12 and 6 p.m. But I don't go to bed till about 2 a.m. So that's kind of a long time between, you know, having your last bit of food at 6 p.m. and then going to sleep at 2. That's 8 hours of being awake without consuming food. But I like that better than... I used to do the opposite, where I like woke up and went like 7 or 8 hours before I ate my first meal. That felt a little different too, but that was kind of harder on the hunger front, because you wake up and your body's ramping up, right? And it wants food. So it is actually easier to cool it down at night and just ignore the little faint hunger that comes, you know, like 5 hours after my last meal. But we just make it another couple of hours, and I go into like sleep mode, and then you just brush it off and go to sleep, and then wake up really fucking hungry, which is fine because that's exactly what I'm supposed to eat based on my schedule, so it works. Works for me. Actually, I don't wake up really hungry. I still don't wake up hungry. I wake up and then I'll get like really hungry like 2 hours later. Four fortunates. If ever I actually combine that with like a ketogenic diet, I'd probably have revolutionized my health overnight. I just like food too much. I did manage to sort of biohack my mind on one thing that was that I've been afflicted all my life because I was, as a child, I ate way too much sugar, like garbage carbs type stuff. Way too much of it, like lots and lots of it. And I was skinny as a child, and then, you know, your 30s happen, and then you're not skinny anymore if you keep eating like that, kind of. And it took me a very, very long time to figure out how to not how to have like a long-term solution that isn't dieting to stop eating so much junk. And what I did is I basically substituted junk calories with things like cafe lattes, especially like milk, basically milk. I substituted junk carbs for dairy. So dairy gets, I guess, dairy gets interpreted by the brain in a similar way that junk carbs does. It just does a bit of longer lasting effect and has some health benefits, although it's still kind of hard on your gut. But that worked for me, like in a pretty big way. I actually got to make a foundational change in my diet when I did that. I'm not 100% satisfied with that, but that's at least. I'd rather be eating too much dairy than too much junk food. Pure junk food, you know. So I try to offset too much dairy by like I also eat like kimchi and fermented foods like every other day. So I started including that in my diet, and I like to think that helps offset some of the wild imbalances that drinking a bunch of milk would cause every day. I don't know if it's 100% sure, but it's just a little bit backstory on me. My health adventures. It really does feel like an adventure sometimes. The Muslim, we fast sunrise to sundown on average 8-9 hours. So if you keep doing that for a long time, you become used to it, I guess. Yeah, human body's pretty adaptable. You come used to whatever you're used to doing. It's always hard to change, but it's easy to do what you're used to, generally. I was a big soft drink drinker. Oh, dude. I'm very, very lucky when it comes to soft drinks. I always had, like, pretty insane gastro reflux issues. When drinking soda ever since I was a kid, so it was actually so bad that I liked the way soda tasted, and I used to drink it a little bit when I was a kid, but I don't drink it. I mean, I stopped very early on as a child, like when I was still a young child. I basically just stopped drinking soda, even though everybody I knew was drinking it. Because I'm from the Midwest too, where, like, you know, it's not Appalachia or anything, but there's echoes of that culture where just like everybody just drinks a crap ton of soda all day. My best friend drinks like 2 liters of soda every day or something, or diet or something, and I'm really glad that I was not Because finding out later, you know, way later after the fact, that soda is not only... Like, soda is... If there's anything that's worse than junk carbs, it's actually soda. Soda's actually... It's like the one thing that's worse than just eating a bunch of donuts or, you know, cookies or something. Yeah, liquid sugar. There's a complete absence of fiber, and you just 100% of it gets absorbed. Like all of the bad things of it get absorbed instantly. Like massive sugar spike, insulin resistance, all that stuff just kicks in to the max. So yeah, well, I used to drink for a while there. I drank some of the worst drinks on the planet. You know, the Starbucks. Well, the girls love the pumpkin spice lattes, and I used to drink like vanilla, white chocolate, vanilla mochas and things. In my mid-20s, a little bit, I gained more weight in a short period of time than any other time in my life when I started. I did nothing but introduce those to my diet, and not every day, like 3 or 4 days a week. I went from 0 to 3 or 4 days a week. I must have also started eating more, because those kinds of drinks actually make you hungrier. So I probably did actually just... I introduced those and started consuming more calories on top of it in regular food, I would imagine. Yeah, there was a place called Einstein's coffee shop. I guess it was some kind of popular place somewhere, and venti white chocolate mochas. I used to get those Monday, Wednesday, Friday, right before 8 a.m. class, and I got hooked on them immediately. The only reason I even tried it is because I would go to the campus. This is on campus at the time, and I saw tons of people spend in line. You know, there was a food court area, and there were a lot of different places then, and I tended to like the less than popular places. I don't know. I really like cafe food. Like, there was one that had just kind of like cafe sandwiches and stuff, and I liked that. But whereas everybody else is doing like McDonald's or pizza and stuff, and I didn't really care much for that stuff. So the cafe food was at least a little healthier. At least they put real lettuce on their food, right? The minimum. But then the most popular place of all was just this Starbucks knockoff place called Einstein's. First time I was ever exposed to, I think, a cafe latte or a flavored drink like that, and all at once. I think the very first time I drank, I looked at the menu and I was like, okay. I mean, I'd never even tasted espresso before, never had a milk coffee before, never had a flavored drink like that before, and it was like, I like white chocolate. I like milk. I don't know. I guess I'll take that medium white chocolate mocha. And then I took a sip of it, and I probably had like a visceral reaction, like, oh my god. I have to imagine it was like, what the fuck? And then, you know, probably like the 3rd or 4th sip, I was completely... My brain was taken over. Like, oh my god, I gotta do this every day. What? Water is my favorite drink. I mean, for most of my life, water has been my favorite drink. It's the one thing I've done right, for the most part, is drinks. I don't drink alcohol very often. I virtually never drank soda, diet or regular. I was exposed to it everywhere all the time. People would come into the office with all their, you know, sugar drinks. People would have energy drinks sitting around. And I would just look at him like, eh. I stopped drinking those sugary drinks, the white chocolate mochas. I only drank those for like 1 year or half a year because I saw how much it was increasing my weight. And then I was like, all right, I'm just going to stop because that's crazy. It wasn't just that. I was simultaneously becoming less physically active, I think. Although I was doing some things. I remember we were doing like volleyball nights and stuff. I would, like, once or twice a week, play volleyball for like 3 hours straight and like really intense. You'd be dripping with sweat from that, I remember. I wasn't completely non-active. Saw a lot of videos about food in the US. Yeah, it's... No, the real mind fuck is whenever US citizens watch videos about food in other countries. Like, I saw a video once on French elementary school lunches or something like that, and I mean, it's France, so it's not that surprising, but when you see culinary, like some semblance of culinary expertise going on in a kid's lunch at a school, like we had like, there was no culinary expertise going on at my schools at any age. And I mean, to be fair, anytime the school would attempt to put something halfway healthy, kids would reject it anyway. They were all looking for pizza day and stuff. I remember people's least favorite foods weren't even healthy at all. Anyway, like the healthiest food we saw was things like sloppy joes and goulash and stuff like that, and everybody thought it was gross. Imagine thinking those are like the healthiest things, like just tons of like sodium and stuff anyway. Smoking weed, making chicken. Yeah, I smoked weed like a grand total of maybe 12 times, mostly all in the same year. I still never really got into it. I was just doing it more socially than anything. Hanging out with a certain group of people at the time. Our Hydro homies? What is that? Some Reddit thread? A real Reddit community? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of you guys know I live in Japan now. I've been living here for like 8 years. It's, yeah, I don't even really realize the difference in food until I took a trip back to the States after, like, 4 years of being here, and then I went to some of the, you know, some of the old restaurants in my hometown, and even, like, you know, mom's cooking and stuff, and, like, my taste buds were, yeah, I remember biting into some of the food back in my hometown after like 4 years of being exposed to Japanese food, or even like Western food in Japan. And then to taste the Americanized American diet food again is, yeah, let's just say it lights up the brain's pleasure centers a little more than it should. A part of me didn't even like it. It just feels like too much. Finally was able to understand why. It was my first job when I came over here. I remember I worked for an English school that was owned by an American, and the American owner boss would he would routinely bring during Halloween or sometime before Halloween, we had like a Halloween weekend school thing where we taught the kids like trick-or-treating and stuff, and he would bring American chocolate. I mean, giant buckets full of American chocolate. And the going joke about it was that the Japanese kids didn't even like it. They didn't even like American candy. Like, not really. It was all just too much. It was way too much. They're like sweet tarts and milk duds and even the Kit Kat bar. They sell Kit Kat bars here. They taste different than the Kit Kat bars in the US. I remember I literally had like a Kit Kat bar from the 7-Eleven in Japan and that Kit Kat bar that he brought over from the States. You get like one bite of one and one bite of the other. They are not the same thing. Even though they look identical. It's mind-boggling. Yeah, I never really tried or knew of anything special about European chocolate. I was in Kyoto actually. There's a Belgium chocolate family, like a family-owned Belgium, or no, actually I think it's like an international chain, but there's only like a few of them in any individual country. I can't remember the name of the store, but it was like, you know, this big Belgium chocolate store. And that tasted, yeah, that was pretty incredible chocolate, I remember. I couldn't compare it to American chocolate because it didn't have any, but... I'm still not a fan of, like, Japanese sweets. I don't think they're... Well, okay. Really high value, like the expensive Japanese sweets are actually really good. They are good. Cheap Japanese sweets kind of suck. It's like a fine line between... I don't know what it is. It's something to do with the fact that they don't use a ton of sugar, and so like if you're making candy and you're not using a bunch of sugar, you have to make it with precision, right? Because you have to balance the flavors properly for it to be good. Otherwise, because you can't mask the issues of whatever in inferior production that it may have with just throwing a bunch more sweet sugar into it. So there actually is a big difference in flavor between like cheap candy and expensive candy in Japan, where they don't, in either case, they're not just throwing a bunch of sugar at it. Anko is a great example of a type of food that I think tastes like trash if it's cheap, but it actually tastes relatively good if it's high end. It's bean paste in English. Bean paste. I'm not a big fan. I'm still not a big fan. Even like the best of them, I'm not a big fan. But I can absolutely tolerate it if it's high enough quality. I could bite into it and think, it's pretty good, pretty good. Like it has a nice sweet flavor to it. Mochi is another one that one's a little better either way, but cheap mochi is not that great. High quality mochi is very nice. Yeah, black bean paste. That's their ideas of like a dessert, like a bona fide dessert. They do like ice cream here. I really like ice cream in Japan because even when I was used to American sweets, I always felt like ice cream was a little bit over the top in terms of how sugary it tasted in the US. So naturally, ice cream here is a little bit more tame on the sugar. So it seems more reasonable. It's not going to create nearly the crazy sugar high that you get eating ice cream from, you know, I don't know, wherever, like Baskin Robbins. They have Baskin Robbins here and in the States. But it's different here. I got a bunch of diviner boxes right here in this spot. Yo, King Kongo, I didn't see you there, dude. What's going on? Sharing our foodsy stories here. I still have not been to Okinawa. I don't know why. I don't really want to go by myself, so it's waiting for an opportunity, I guess. Not big on the traveling alone. Unless it's close. $839 cards. Let's make the magic. Let's make some magic. Probably get a portal out of where I'm clicking. That'd be good. Here it is. Oh! 4 Divine Beauty. Well, that is baseline acceptable, I guess. Make my money back. I'll make my money back. Alright, 12 of those. We need some more big hits, guys. Entering map number 55, apparently. Congo, have you never done this strat before? I bet you'd like it. I know it's like Zenith is really good at this. I can't believe you haven't. What? You need to do this. Get some Pilfering Divination. Hit Atlas. Yeah, check the Atlas. It's pretty simple. Alright, I'm lying. It's actually a pretty complicated strat compared to your everyday strat, but yeah, you can get the hang of it. I put a bunch of mechanics on to help spawn Eldritch packs, even though it's containment. And just find a shrine that spawns the Eldritch influence immediately. Get Quant Altars, literally the only thing that matters. I basically used whatever I could on a T16 map to up the Quant. And then I roll Diviner boxes. And Cartographer boxes. I'm looking for flat items and percent items together, and then one additional one. That's good. It's a good box. Open boxes along the way, freezes the mirror back from going forward. This minion mod is also good, doubles the cards you get from that source too. I'm not really caring about the other boxes, just alch them if they can be alched. Especially Arcanist. +1 chest level is a garbage mod. You want to skip that. Helps to be tanky. There's a huge box there with those rolls. Or history cards. How valuable is that card? That's a big one, right? Not likely to get tier 0s off of this, but I am running Gold Flask in case. I did the strat when you could roll with currency in the Atlas device. I can't bring myself to do roll with currency in the Atlas device. Oh, for, you know, a really short time. I mean, I don't need more space in this. Just put the same thing in every time. That's usually enough to cover what I'm doing. Yeah, the deli doesn't pause unless you're opening boxes or doing a breach or doing a league mechanic that freezes the mirror. You have to be mindful of that. If you just open a ton of boxes in a row, it'll hold the mirror back. for a long time. Every box you open holds it for like 5 to 10 seconds or something, including reopen. So if you reopen a box, it's adding time to the timer. I still accept a roll like this. It's a high roll, flat, no percent. It's okay. We already have like three diviner boxes. This strat's better this league than the previous 2 leagues. It's been around since 3.25 is when the Pilfering Scarab came about, but the economy is such that getting currency value through cards is better than usual because it's kind of a poverty league from its conventional means of getting currency. So, you know, your divine cards, your tier 0 cards, your mirror cards, they're all, by virtue of it being a poverty league, they're all kind of extra valuable. And the investment cost is lower than usual. Can you do the strat without rolling boxes? Yeah, you can, but your margins are going to get cut pretty hard. Your average diviner box is rolled like trash. And it's obviously not quality. Quality gives it extra loot as well. I think the equivalent of about 20% more loot from any individual box. I could be wrong. But on top of that, your average box is rolled with 3 suffixes and 1 prefix, and the prefixes are the good rolls. And then the 1 prefix you get is usually not one of the big ones. So it's I mean, your average box that you roll will drop at least twice as many cards as your average unrolled box. Okay? Like, that's about how extreme it is. I'm getting over 100 cards to drop from each box I open with this strat right now is at least 100 cards dropping from it. 100 total cards, including ones not on the filter. I mean, you might know how many cards are dropping from your corrupt rare strong boxes. Is it 100? It's nowhere near 100 on average. Sorry, I think when I say 100, I think I mean like after the fact. So probably 50. Yeah, not 100. Sorry, 50, because the number is duplicated at the end with the boss. The boss number at the end is already post-dupe. I remember counting this for a while. Yeah, I remember when I actually did a short little science experiment, I think 2 leagues ago, where I was counting how many cards were dropping from scoured boxes and versus like corrupt rare boxes versus rolled boxes, and yeah, it was something like that. It was something like a scoured box was like 15 to 20. So maybe like 10 to 15. Corrupt rare average was like 20 to 30, and then rolled was like 45 to 60 or something like that. It was something like that. $511 cards. He's ghosted and fast. But I'm faster. Patient again. So I got 2 fortunate cards. The fortunate was a dupe through the additional divination cards rewarded as basic currency. So it's nice when you actually get, you know, that reward. You're doubling it. So you get effectively more value out of the div card minion option. Super good if you get it as extra divination cards. You get a single immortal card drop that would dupe your immortal card. I have not had that happen yet. I'm waiting for the day. Obviously a pretty rare outcome anyway. Also, it's harder to spawn Eldritch minions on this strat too, because you lose a lot of your anchor points on containment. Yeah, 16.5. So last league we dropped more cards in total because we were able to do 16.5s, and we had what would be called now legacy quant numbers off of the tier 17 mods. It's not really worth trying to do 16.5s with this now. You only get like a marginally higher quant, if any. Especially if you're talking about like the difference between 8 mod versus 8 mod qualityed. If you have a 42% pack size qualityed 8 mod generic map, that's like 140% quant. And while the quality mod isn't increased, you're still benefiting a great deal off of this one right here. Okay, it's nice to be able to take advantage of this, which is why most of the maps that I have is quality. Mausoleums and chisels blank are not worth that much. It's not that expensive to throw a bunch of them away to get those nice juicy quality 8 mods. Especially a league like this where we got asynchronous trade, you go into somebody's hideout, they got 1 or 2 tabs full of scoured mausoleum maps. Alright, yep. Now we just need them to let us do a 1-click quad quality on the map. It's annoying to click that many times, to be fair, but... Yeah, it raises his hand. This is this guy. I found my buyer. My buyer's in chat! Oh my god! What graphs do you recommend for the Warden build? Good timing asking me that right now. I just looked it up. I saw I was getting that question a lot in the YouTube chat. Based on what I saw, I think it would be Flame Collar, Zoff graph, like the one I'm using, with % increase attack damage as the prefix. And the other one would be Jolting, Esh graph, with probably movement speed as the prefix. Those would both be power play offensive options. You could do defensive options, Bolton's off graft and stuff, but I don't really think that's smart. With Elemental Heads of Spectrum, I think you should just dive headfirst into the strengths of the build, which is, you know, damage, offense, and just rely even more on freeze defensively. I think just better off doing that. But you can run defensive one if you really want. If you do run a defensive one, probably just one, probably the Molten's off graft, and probably then only if you're not running, you know, a guard skill anywhere else. Certainly if you're, I believe if you're already using a guard skill, you probably shouldn't be using Molten's off graft. You can't turn it on while the guard skill is active anyway. You already have enough damage. Yeah, but you can always use more damage. Do you break even in 10 maps? No, not necessarily. This is definitely the strat that can go several maps and be negative. I did a 20 map test on this without, well, I don't know. Actually, it is so cheap, this league. I need to figure out how cheap it is. I did a 20 map test where the best card I dropped was like Divine Beauty in 20 maps. That was the best card I dropped. And I still came out ahead, like a decent amount. I think I made like, I don't know, 10 to 15 div an hour on that set. Like I still came out like 30 div plus or something. Or no, it was 20 map. I can't remember exactly. So I might be underestimating how cheap the investment is and how that's affecting the ratio. That's partially why we're doing this strat, because I only did a 20 map test, so I wanted to see it. I did that off stream, and then I wanted to see what it's actually doing with a real test on stream, 100 maps. Defiled Cathedral, yeah. And this strat, it's quite important to scry a good card, because you're kind of doubling the value of the scried loot, right? So you really want to scry a good map over. I don't know if there's anything better than Defiled Cathedral right now. Probably not. Hey. I like the cartographer angle of this too. You see I'm tracking Sanctuary maps as well. Actually dropping a lot of Sanctuary maps. That's one reason why the strat comes out ahead, is because you're the one piece of consistent loot you have is sanctuary maps. Even though I've opened this many times, you can't seem to drop one. Oh, there we go. I do have... Wait, did I really only have one? Or maybe I... Oh, okay. I already picked... Okay, yeah. I only dropped one. So if you get even one cartographer box in the map, you have a high chance, pretty high chance of getting a double sanctuary drop in there. Now, you're not likely going to get more than that. I have gotten 4 sanctuary maps in a map a couple times. Pretty rare, but, you know, because of diminished return drop rate and everything. I see you drop on Discord 2 mirrors from boxes. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. Looks like a pure lottery strat. Yeah, aside from the sanctuary maps, it's pretty hard on the lottery side. In Rage, Strongbox farming was pure lottery too, especially the high end back in Crimson Temple. So you were expected to lose currency until you didn't. 420 cards. Hey, that's pretty good. Pretty good outcomes there. We got the quad, wealth and power, and nurse, and an extra sanctuary map. How did I get extra? 3 sanctuary maps. 1 map. There you go. See, that's better than average results off a map, especially with only, what, 420 cards? It's weak sauce. It's a low number. Oh, and I got a Valdo box. You still get generic loot. I mean, you see, I am still spec'd on the good end for scarabs, so you do open a lot of boxes and get a lot of scarabs naturally. You know, mandatory scarab drops. This box drops 5 additional divination scarabs, those boxes. So you really want to take remarkable relics anytime you do containment. And we're putting ambush on the map device, plus trapping carapaces makes ambush scarabs a very common random scarab drop. And then you get a lot of maps. You know, obviously a lot of boxes have additional rare stream with monsters, so it's nice to have amplified. So these 3 together, it's pretty powerful. Scarab, even on non-T16.5. Now, if you want to run 16.5 high scarab maps with this, that's not a terrible idea. Like, that's what I would probably do. But, you know, you're not really full spec scarab. We are kind of taking a lot of random scarab nodes, I guess. It's not that great. Oh, whoops. That's the wrong thing. It's 8. We got a doctor card. Yay. No, I don't have currency dupes. The reason is because you have to take these along the way. Now, I would take overloaded circuits, except that it would randomize tamper-proof, which bricks box rolling. So there's no way to get backup cash without taking a heightened chance of not spawning diviner or cartographer boxes for that matter. Arcanus box has too high of a spawn rate. It really does get in the way of your diviner box. If you run the strat with our Arcanus dupes, you are cutting your diviner box's spawn rate. I'd have to look at the weightings again, but I mean, Discernment Scarab 10x's the spawn rate of each one. Arcanus is rare, Diviner is a lot more rare than Arcanus, and Cartographer is a lot more rare than Diviner. So Cartographer doesn't really get in the way of Diviners hardly at all. Arcanus does, so you have to take that into account. You just have to reconcile the fact that you're getting a bit of extra currency and a chance of duping a mirror or lock at the cost of a lot of diviner boxes spawning. I don't think it's worth it for this strat. I don't think it's worth it. Can you use overloaded circuits? No, not if you're box rolling. So, I mean, you could if you just wanted to say, okay, this map spawned with corrupt rare strong boxes randomly. I guess I'm not rolling the boxes this time. I mean, maybe you could have like a weird hybridized strat where you just kind of like, okay, I'm rolling boxes this time, or okay, I'm not rolling boxes this time. But I've not done that. I think you would randomize tamper-proof almost every map, though. Because there's not that many notables. Look at that. Nice. That's unusual. It would have been the unusual automatically spawned with good rolls. Wait, why did I hit that? No! I hit a magic diviner. No. So stupid. Quant is better than divination option. Although I should have verified that wasn't divination as extra divination cards. I didn't actually verify that. That one is better than Quant. Free Shabox. Oh my god. Rolling boxes feels like the hideout warrior of mapping. I don't know, man. I think this is the coolest divination card farm that's ever existed. I know that, myself included, we've got a soft spot for the Crimson Prison and Rage Strongbox farming. But in terms of actual divination card farming, like pure and simple, I've never seen anything more more engaging, more interesting than this farm. It's actually, there is some, oh, I hit it twice. Oh, I'm so retarded. I hit that twice. You know, there's a lot of, what do I want to say? There's a lot of strategizing around this strat. There is actually some deep, you know, multi-layered strategizing, like whether you take Arcanist spawn chance dupes or not, or whether you roll the boxes or not, or whether you settle for certain rolls or not. And then the boss is actually made a lot harder, you know, and you have to factor that in. Can your build handle it? Are you running a pure bosser? You can run a pure bosser to help make up for the fact that the boss is hard, but then you're going to be slower at clearing the map versus trying to have a hybrid build versus trying to be a pure mapper and rely on headhunter buffs. I've even ran this build on Elemental Hit the Spectrum, got a huge number of div cards, then also rolled boxes for additional rares just to give headhunter buffs to make the boss easier. There's tons, I mean, there's actually crazy high amount of layers of strategizing around this strat. I really like that. I feel like the payoff is pretty big. So to me, it is way more interesting and engaging than like any other div card. Certainly the like divination card of plenty farming or Crimson Temple, OG farming. I don't want to always play this strat. Like I get tired of doing this strat after a while. I'm not going to do it after 100 maps. When the strat first came out, it was like super awesome fun, and I did it for like 500 maps, and then I was finally a little bit tired of it after like 500 maps of it. Even though I can only roll boxes so long, but I love the fact that a strat like this exists in the game. It's a legit strat, and to me, this strat is a great example of what makes PoE great as a game. The in-game, you know, just one in-game strat you can do. Think of all the different degrees, varying degrees of complexity that exist in a divination card farm in this game. Think of like every single level of complexity that exists. There's so many levels. That's what makes this game so good. And this is like the most try-hard, most intense, highest level of divination card farming in the game, basically, is what this is. Box rolling, containment, divination card farming. The most minimal level of divination card farming would be like, oh, you are Alkin going and you scried a good map over. Congrats, you're divination card farming, technically. There's also Cloister Scarab, there's Plenty Scarab, there's a lot of things. There was the one of them got deleted this time. The Hordes, Abyssal Hordes divination farming. Red Vials loved that farm. $630 cards. No good card that time. Oh yeah, I also forgot. Another consistent thing I'm getting is Delirium Orbs and Simulacrum Splinters. I get those every map. Those are technically the most consistent drops, followed by Tier 17, 16.5 map drops, followed by Divination card rewards. Why Mausoleum? Yeah, two big reasons. One, for this strat, if possible, you really want to do it either on Jungle Valley or Mausoleum because you can't spawn boss altars, which means every single Eldritch minion spawn has a chance of spawning Quantity Altar. Not to mention Divination Reward minion option. Second reason is because it's an incredibly easy boss, one of the easiest bosses in the game. In fact, if you don't have Delirium on the map, the only way the boss could ever kill you is if they actually come up and slap you with their melee. With the melee hit. And he doesn't run particularly fast, so it's a very easy boss. Simulacrums are like 60C. That's kind of high for what I'm used to. Rarity doesn't do anything for this strat, but I mean, I have dropped tier 0s. Actually, 2 maps before I started running the strat, I dropped Defiance of Destiny on this farm. Which is like, tier 0 is a crazy rare on this farm. I would not even expect to get 1 in 100 maps. Time for Tropical Island, a double diviner, nice. That was actually so good, I probably should have rolled it or left it. 20 engineering orbs later. Is a choice between these are both good options, but Quant is better overall. If I haven't opened any boxes yet. This league, there's a big advantage you guys will notice right here, especially if I have either the Fortress or NPC version of Breach. Basically the little walls here that I keep despawning are apparently considered anchor points from which Eldritch packs can spawn from, which, you know, the problem with containment maps is you lose a bunch of your anchor points, you spawn way fewer Eldritch minions than normal. This dramatically increases the number of Eldritch packs that spawn on the map. The league mechanic itself, indirectly. Not the unstable breach, but the other two. It's something very few people realize or know, and it indirectly elevated the strat. This league in particular. Especially on a map like Mausoleum, Breach take up quite a bit of room. Although I could be neglecting the fact that maybe some of the boxes get removed. 37 is like the highest number you can get though, I think, so. Or close to. I don't know if boxes are potentially getting removed due to Breach getting in the way, but I don't think it is. I think they have room to spawn. Ow. Yeah, you see a ton of altars. What I don't know is if, like... we still don't know the exact science behind Eldritch spawns. There's supposedly between 20 and 60 packs of Eldritch minions in a given map. Minion packs, yeah. And we don't know. I thought it was proven through. I can't remember how this was proven, but I thought it was proven that the monsters spawn in specific places in the map, and that those spawns will only be realized if there is a natural spawning anchor point pack of mobs near there, which can activate and pull them out of the ether or whatever. If such pack does not exist, then those monsters are forever lost. Then there's weird X factors like shrines, which seem to randomly spawn extra Eldritch packs for some weird reason. I don't know. And then certain spawned-in monsters can provide new anchor points, like monsters that spawn in from old school breaches did, but like Legion doesn't, appears not to. Delirium appears to work. Delirium definitely works, and not just like naturally spawning monsters, but I guess maybe the Delirium, you know, cloud pus or whatever count too, because that you can see evidence of that by the fact that when you have a Delirium mirror map, you'll spawn Eldritch packs from behind the portal zone, which is especially apparent on Mausoleum. You see at any one of these maps I'm running, you'll see Eldritch packs spawn from behind the portal. That only happens on Deli mirror maps. I don't know if those are like... Because I would assume that Eldritch packs wouldn't automatically spawn behind the portal, but when you run a Delirium mirror, they spawn behind the portal. So that makes me skeptic as to whether or not Delirium packs are finite and specific in position every case. I'm beginning to think that... I don't know, I'm beginning to think that there's Eldritch packs that spawn everywhere on the map, and that the map somehow decides from the get-go how many packs are allowed to spawn, and whenever you reach the maximum, it just turns off or something. Like, you just stop spawning them. I don't know. I'm more inclined to believe that, but I don't know. I haven't tested that sort of thing. But there's just a bunch of weird, funny business around that when you start really diving into the rabbit hole of the Eldritch pack spawns. It is very strange. People have requested me make a video about Delirium and every way it affects the maps and stuff for a long time, but I still never did get around to it. They modulate while the map progresses? Yeah, it seems like that. Yeah, sometimes it seems like if you kite monsters into a new area, it can spawn an Eldritch pack, but the other times, no. Yeah, oh yeah, these packs also count. Like, these are also anchor points. So invasive adversaries are packs that spawn on containment maps outside of the boxes. They can also activate Eldritch packs as like natural spawning mobs. So anytime you do containment, you should have that node selected. I actually don't run this node because they actually drop garbage loot. Even though it says you would think they drop better loot, they actually drop less loot if you're trying to farm baseline drops. But they are, I believe, free monsters on containment maps that you wouldn't otherwise not have. I thought it said replaces. Doesn't it say replace? Oh, no, I guess not. Okay, I guess I'm wrong. It does say more. Maybe they changed the wording on it. Yeah, I suppose, you know, you just have it anyway. I usually don't. I typically I would take 4% increased scarab drops over that.
True strength comes from within, and I know for a fact you are empty.
I don't know about Harbinger. I've seen Harbinger packs pull out Eldritch minion packs though, for sure. That was a random spawn moment. Okay. So I got that breach again. You're going to see tons of Eldritch packs spawning around here. Right in this area. Look at that. They're spawning everywhere. See, it almost feels like they've all been compressed into this spot. This too makes me think that there's, like somebody up there said, modulation of the pack spawn rate as you go. There's obviously, like, compared to an everyday map, it's like this is the most juicy, intensely packed in Eldritch spawn area I've ever seen in my life. But it's also probably has something to do with the fact that I can't even spawn them anywhere else in the map. Hardly. So maybe this is the kind of thing that leads me to believe that Eldritch minion packs are not shadow packs that exist in the map when it spawns. They're actually created out of thin air. Or more like that. See, this area right here, this isn't, I won't spawn any Eldritch packs, so there's no anchors points anywhere. But that shrine up ahead will spawn several packs right here. You'll see a bunch of packs spawning in right here, and then, yep, another Eldritch altar. Okay. I assume the shrine is just purely extra monsters that wouldn't otherwise exist. So it would seem. That's part of why. I mean, is this knowledge is what leads me to strats like the shrine juicing strat. I had a strat where I put 14 shrines on the map. And you know what? That actually proved to be a pretty damn strong Eldritch altar reward strat for Divine Orb altar fishing or, you know, divination card farming. Yeah, an alternative divination card farming strat. I even was tracking and I was averaging like 3.5 Eldritch altars per map. It's a pretty high number. 3.5 Eldritch altars per map. And quite often hit 6. The cap is 6, I think, if you are spawning no boss altars. If you're spawning no boss altars and you have this point, you can there's only, I think, a total of 12 player downsides. So once you spawn the maximum 12 player downsides, you can't spawn Eldritch altars anymore. This league makes me miss Freesia. I have seen, especially after this league, people kind of mysteriously lamenting the Freesia idol system. Man, what I wouldn't give to have idols back right now. Maybe I could get some real juice in the maps. They deleted all of our currency strats. With idols, at least we could force it, though. Or something. Acing trade idols? Oh my god. The sniping business would be insane. Nah, we'd have to make idols, imagine, soulbound idols. Oh my god. No. No. With idols, we can make new strats. I mean, yeah, to a certain extent. Oh, is that Sanctuary? Double Sanctuary! Not even a cartographer box. This. Alright, I'm done opening boxes. Ah. What? An extra pack of Eldritch minions. What in the world? I don't know how those spawned. Those aren't any... That pack... I never spawn a pack at the door like that. What the heck? Then all the logic goes out the window and you randomly spawn a pack in a place you're not supposed to. $414 cards. Could drop something big. Could happen. Can happen. Oh, nope. Maybe the difficulty of rewarding monsters spawn there. Ah, you might be right. You might be right. That could be it. That is an X factor that has to be taken into account. In which case I would have probably already spawned it, but maybe I didn't quite clip it with my character body or something.
You are just another stumbling corpse.
There we go. Give me one good one, please. Already got 4 altered. You got 4 out of 6 already. Barely even zoned in. Man. See, here's Eldritch pack spawning behind the deli mirror. Now nothing. Nothing. Wix JT with the sub. Thank you, dude. Fire TT asked a question. Have you tried the explosion scarab strat? I don't know what that is off the top of my head. Explosion scarab strat. Is that, you talking like meat sacks? The meat sacks or something? Oh, we got a lot of diviners going on here. Suddenly, what? Oh, I got like 4 of them right down here. Hello. Hello. Let's roll some boxes. What the fuck? Out of my way! What is the latest and greatest farming strat? Last I know it's red vials and is plenty strat. Lost one chest. Needed a annulment orb. Woo! This chest is cursed. It's cursed. Alright. Only took me 4 exalted orbs. Whoa! Another 2 boxes down here? Oh, damn. Using all my exalted orbs. Percent flat. Alright, good enough. Another dude. Alright, yesterday the record was 19. 19. This fucking guy almost knocked me into misclicking that box. $19 boxes counting reopens. 19 is my record yesterday. It resulted in like, oh my god, there's 2 more here. Wow, this has the record number of boxes on the map for sure. Dude, we're gonna count how many diviners there were. What the hell? I need somebody to count this. I'm just gonna run by and see what the number is. That's crazy. Record breaking. So record breaking, I ran out of Alcorbs. This happened before, and I picked up a chance orb and failed to chance it into a rare like several times in a row. How can there be no alchemy orbs? Wait, does binding work? No, it didn't work. No, I didn't. Oh my god. Alright, whatever. That's 1. I think there were 2 there. 2. Three, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, that's still just 1. Alright, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Alright, there were 9 diviner boxes on this map. I've already opened 1 and it's got to reopen on standby. I just can't find an alchemy orb anywhere. I don't know why the game does this. Like, I'm opening Arcanus boxes. How the hell is there no alchemy orb? Should be impossible. That's so insane, dude. I cannot find a single alchemy orb. Not even 1. We won't need the portal anywhere. Alright, time to start counting boxes. We'll count opens. See if we can hit 20, a new record. It's exciting, alright. 2, 3, 4. Oh my god. 5, off to a banging start. Wow, 6. Almost guaranteed. I'm almost guaranteed to have a record breaker here. 7, 8, 9. We've only done like 3 boxes in total. I got 9. Alright, no reopens there. $10. I should have kept that. I misread it. 11, 12. 13. 14. I'm running out of boxes now. 15. Yeah, that was actually the last one. Damn, I only have 15. I had decent quant though. Not the greatest. Of course, my 1 cartographer box opened a ton of times. What? No sanctuary? I haven't even dropped a sanctuary yet. Filthy lies. Alright, well, this is still going to be like 1,700 cards. So it'll be around 1,700 to 1,800 cards, I would guess. So we're gonna see something. A top 5 boss kill for sure. Synth Amethyst, right? Yeah. I know this is why the people watch right here. Oh, only 16, 17. All right, 1,600 cards, 17. 1,600, 17. Wow, I still have the aiming. That's nice. Do a little bit of extra damage. He is tanky though. God damn. Tanky and slow. Wow. The exhumer. He is exhuming me for sure. How do you slow it down like that? I have hinder through aspect of the spider. I have covered in ash with the graft, flame collar graft. And I have temp chains, a really strong temp chains. And chill through skitterbots. There's 4 slows there. 2 action speed, 2 movement speed. Here we come! Oh! No tings! No tings! That's so sad. That's so bad. A lot of chaotic dispositions though. What the hell? There's still like a divine orb in chaotic dispositions. Ah. How could it be so bad? My dopamine receptors got scammed. Hey, at least it went off the sheet. All right, it went off the sheet. Last time, look, if you want to see a real drop, just go to my YouTube short, the Messiah Delivers short from last league. There was a quad apothecary drop in there. All right, I got a quad apothecary drop on the record, so you can see evidence of a real drop. If you need to, you know, fire up your receptors again. That is a big scam, though. To get 1,600 cards, and the shortcut was the best card. No. That's some scamming. We got scam. 40 maps remain. We are over the hill of this strat, so... Well, I would like to get a quad apothecary, or at least a duped apothecary before 100 maps would be nice. I think this strat, the way it's set up, I mean, you can see the number of 7 years bad luck I've dropped. I probably am supposed to drop at least 1 apothecary in 100 maps of this. Either through Diviner Box or through the Scryed card. It should be either 2 or 4 apothecaries. Oh no, don't tell me I'm gonna have 0 this time. Don't do it. They'll go from 9 boxes to 0. Don't tell me I got that scammed. Mausoleum has the easy boss. Can't spawn boss altars, and we can't say, okay, I got 1 box at least. If we spawn Eldritch altars, we're probably going to get a decent player option. Well, there's only really 1 decent player option. Quantity. Yeah, that's why Jungle Valley and Mausoleum are popular maps. Both of them are unique in that way. The Mausoleum is less popular than the 2, but the Mausoleum boss is so easy. And the boss gets really hard on this strat, so... It's just wise to do it on this boss instead. Oh, fine. Times 20. Alters affect what's inside? Yes. Area quant. Because it's area quant. The quant Eldritch alters area quant, not player quant. Player quant has been completely removed from the game, except Legacy, Covetous Shrine, and Wildwood alters. There's almost no ways to get it now. Which is why, at this point, the best magic finding build is probably a Blunderbore Gullhelm build. We open, nice. It's 3. Alright, I went from 15 to 3. I'm gonna have 5 times fewer divination cards. Oh, wait a minute. I totally missed both of these boxes. Let's just breathe sudden life into my excitement of this map. Don't you love that when you think you scoured the whole map and then suddenly there's a double box hiding? It's no spot you didn't check. Best feeling ever. That's 5. Nice. 6. Alright. Can't be too upset. Or no, that's 7 actually. There was another open one. Forgot. There was a second box. That's 7 opens. Ah, I keep forgetting to use my Sentinel. Use it here. Wow. They dropped some things. 677 cards. Not terrible. Monochrome. Card is pretty common. Actually getting a lot more value out of this strat than normal because of how valuable monochrome is. Odd number? I don't know. I think I know, but I forgot. I feel like that's not the first time I've been asked that. Sure. Sir, I need a shrine, sir. There we go. I noticed a pretty big difference in the quantity of drops when I have additional item versus not. How is it offensive in your build? Tanky enough? Bro, I got just a video for you to watch. I made a whole video talking about every single defensive layer in this build. It is still the most recent YouTube video on the channel. Tanky enough depending on what I'm doing, I guess. Alright, well this map, Cartographer boxes, actually got in the way of Diviner boxes, because I'm 3-0. Awkward. That, no. Misclicked. Misclicked? Like, the build defensive enough to do 100% Deli Abomination, Trash, and Boss. That was nice.
Just need a moment.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get more Eldritch Altar spawns here. Tips on getting Seer to spawn. Additional monsters on the map. I really like the Shrine Juicing strat that came out with. Especially if you substitute one Domination Scarab for Risk Scarab. It should give you a pretty good chance of getting a Seer. Relative to his normal chance. So that's like triple Domination Scarab, Risk, and... well, in my case, I ran Influencing Scarab of Hordes. Multitude? Let's see it. Risk isn't worth it. I mean, well, it depends on how bad you want it. I mean, if I wanted to spawn the Seer, I would use it, even if it was a Divine apiece. At this point in the league, you know. Oh no. I can't. Engineering orbit, what the hell? How did I run out of these already? Oh, I see. Was missing a bunch. Whoops. Alright. Put that there. Let's go. Oh, wow. Keep spawning this box over and over again. Get a few cards. Few. $511 cards. How much is Wealth and Power worth anyway? That should be a pretty good card right now. Oh yeah, that's a big card. Nearly 2 div. Cool. That's why I want to see the shrine right next to the start location. Think breach thing's full? Yeah, I guess I should go do it. I'm not at all interested in it. Oh nice, we got the good breach. Extra Eldritch packs. Eldritch packs everywhere. Oh my god, look at that. More quant. More quant. Rarity. Oh my god. You just like automatically spawn. Divination dupes doesn't work for this strat, in case you're wondering. They just all front loaded straight into this spot. Like what? It's crazy. I don't think I can even spawn another Eldritch Altar. I already got 6. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Fucking moving me off. I can't stand it. How do the monsters have the ability to shove me out of the way? I want the rolling icons to be like way bigger. It would help me out. Thank you. First map with scarabs and you found Mr. Seer. Well, that is good news for you. Bad news for the guy yesterday who was complaining about having to do like 200 maps without finding the Seer yet. I actually found the Seer as he was complaining about it. Randomly. Completely random.
Just need a moment.
Oh. What's killing me? Yeah, you did. It was awful. Finally got it. Was that you? Somebody made a clip on it. Somebody actually made a clip, a Twitch clip of it. That's pretty brutal, man. Felt bad. Don't tell me you made the clip too. Like a masochist clip. No, I can't take this guy. Arrgh. He can't keep getting away with it. Oh yeah. I don't know. Somebody made it. Somebody made a clip. I mean, one man miseries, another man's clip farm. Alright, some average number of cards is about to be here, I think. 569. Hey, hey, it's 69 again, so. That means, automatically means above average RNG. Oh, Vivid Life Force. That should be worth at least. Avian Pursuit is not terrible. How much DPS do you think you need on the boss in this strat? Well, the boss is so easy, it's more about having slows, so you can slow him down. So he can't catch you. You can just kill him eventually. It depends on how much time you're willing to tolerate to DPS him down. You definitely want several million, though. Like well over 100 million. I would think. Or not well over 100 million. Sorry. Like well over 20 million. You probably want over 100 million if possible. Just found a mirror and inscribed ultimatum. You mean as a reward? Like 1 for 1? It's like multiple mirrors. Dang, dude. Item and mirrored copy. What? What? Debated. Oh, we got the good breach again. Maybe those Eldritch altars. We can still spawn a couple more. I do have 54% quant though, that's pretty wild. I got the quant on this map. Oh my god, that's a big number. 261. I need diviner boxes though. Please. One more. Plus one chest. Oh! Oh yeah, we're getting the reopened on this one. Jungle Valley is like an instant kill attack that you can't outrun him, flank him, or hide, or you have to be able to face tank it. And it's like a physical spell attack or something like that, I think. So it's kind of hard to mitigate. Let's hear that tink sound. 4 fortunate cards stack coming up. 590. In before 4 quad fortunate. Let's go. Aha, even worse. Actually, where are the, like, how did I drop like 5 things that showed up on the, what the hell? I don't know, not there. Not there. Gotta be patient, dude. Wildwood. It's only the second Wildwood I've seen. 60 maps. Oh yeah, the double diviner. Pre-scoured. Oh! My face got scoured there.
Just need a moment.
Reach not worth doing? Yeah, I don't think it's worth doing. I mean, I definitely don't feel like the fortress thing is worth doing. You could argue that it is. I keep forgetting to go to the tree. I'm all full on blood. Stop, dude. Alright, I'm gonna go do that tree business. A detonate dead's hitting me harder than my detonate dead. God damn. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see
Welcome back.
what we get.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Yep. Nope. Wow. Harry said hi. Okay.
She is pleased.
%44 lightning res valor gallon. No.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Joking? That could be good. Could be good. Alright. High level 86, 48%. Lightning res fracture. Surely God tier. Level 86. Oh, there's only 171 of these on trade. What? Okay, convoking wand, minion crit. Minions have 233. Bruh. How can it be that bad? You really stuck with this build for 3 weeks? Damn. I always do. I always invest at least like 500 divines into a build. I would have started swapping to a different one probably, but I think PoE 2 is too close around the corner, so I'm just going to stay with it a little longer. I haven't upgraded anything on it in a while. Really? I misclicked. How'd I do that? Oh, at least it was rare. I've died to detonate dead like 3 times on this map. I know. I think I'd detonate dead first. You can't DD me. Look at me. I'm the DD now. Detonates nearby corpses. Like every single box says that. Sir? Sir? Sir, stop it, sir. I thought I scouted the whole area already. What the hell? PoE 2 League really starting 6 weeks after 3.27? 6 weeks? Is it only 6 weeks after? Wait, is that really only 6 weeks? Maybe that's why it feels like the league's so short. I thought it was still an 8-week... I thought it was still an 8-week league. Between. Ah, I didn't realize that. Okay, no wonder it felt kind of weirdly rushed. Okay. Well, how much time was between 0.3 and 3.26? Or 27, rather. 3.27. Was that 8 weeks? Or was it like 10 weeks? They gotta release no, dude. They're gonna have like all the hacking and everything again. It's probably gonna be 0.1 all over again. I Can't wait. Tension number. But yeah, we've already identified that this is a psyop anyway. No! My shrine dissipated. So this boss would be like a joke if you had knockback, I guess, on your build. I got 800 cards on the dot. 8 Divine Beauties. Whoa. I mean, that's kind of big. 8 of them? Double Divine Beauty drop? Monochrome? Hey now. It's not bad. You join mid-settler? That's a crazy time to join. To start playing this game? Did you start with PoE 2 then? The Sephiroth count is in shambles now. Oh, so PoE 2 was pretty late then. There, 0.3 was late. I guess that's when they began committing to the 2 on 2 off cycle, right? Give card dupes. What? There it is. More of that, please. Mercenaries was such a good league. Yeah, it's kind of weird how they eviscerated all the in-game farms so hard. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Any big cards? Yeah, we got a list. I think since you were here, I got quad wealth and power. It's like the biggest one. Nothing too crazy. Got 8 divine beauties last map. Will you do a crafting video for the current gear? I'm not planning to, no. It's kind of late in the league for crafting stuff. I got a command for, I mean, just ask me right now if you're... Is there an item you're skeptical on how to craft? Finally. About detonate dead combined with the Twister. Twister. I got killed by Twister of all things. I can let that slide, I guess. Yeah, I aim for quant or percent. Want both if possible, but a high roll on one or the other is okay. You see, that's what this box has. Unsure how to craft the bow. Alright, please go to the Twitch chat side, type !bow craft. And you can see a command there. It's got the whole thing written out. Yo, the Endless, thanks for the sub. Oh yeah, I didn't even answer your question up there. Yes, we're doing pilfering, divination, farming here. This is basically the identical strat to tier 16 8 mod version last league. I ran this like 3 separate sets, I think. And now with the changes to 16.5 quant, it looks like, you know, it looks like it's not gonna be that all that bad to just go T16 8 mod. You really did find the strat that got buffed with major quality of life. Are you referring to the cluster farm? Cluster farm, right? Oh god, I'm gonna die. Is Thug's grip no leech? No more manually rolling boxes. Oh, this? Oh, this has been the same as last league, though. Oh, sure, I'm bleaching here. Or whatever, he's dying fast. 8 primordials. Frickin' Twister almost killed me again. They added it on the boxes. Yeah, they did that last league, I think. 50% live. Okay. It seemed like I was getting some pretty bad single target leech there. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it was Settlers. Was Settlers the last time we had to manually roll the boxes? Like, open your inventory and, like, you know, you could shift click it still. I'm not even fishing for bismuth ore. I keep spawning one though. Anybody in the chat wanting to see a return of the Age of Empires stream? I booted the game up the other day for the first time in a long time. Probably an idiot, but I couldn't get Pilfering to respect my scrying. This strat doesn't rely all that much on the scry card, but it does matter a lot. Because it's a secondary way to get it. Oh, King Konger, you're a AoE fan, huh? Nice. Now we know you're a real one. Age of Empires. AoE 2 for me. I'm basically a nomad only gamer. Nomad team games. That's where it's at. They're pretty carefree. It's because you can only be like so good with build orders and stuff. You can only micro manage your build order so well on that. Girlfriend loves that. What girlfriend? What's that? A girlfriend who likes video games? This guy's talking crazy talk. Oh my god, don't die. Unicorn. King Konger caught a unicorn. I can't even fathom having a girlfriend who likes Age of Empires 2. I mean, I only had one friend ever who liked Age of Empires 2. A guy friend, obviously. So. I don't know. PC AoE 2, that is peak. Peak gaming. Did she actually play like real matches or just mess around in the campaign? Campaigns are pretty dope in that game too. Pretty much all of my world history that I learned is summed up from my experience playing Age of Empires campaigns. They're pretty good for that. Until I come along and rewrite history by doing some crazy ass stuff in the campaign. Why are you so fast? 340, no, 329 cards. Could have been. Yeah, it's a pretty bad map. Actually, I low-key play AoE for the music. Might be the best video game music ever.
You are the cause of great misery.
Of all time. Cartographer, I haven't seen that in a while. I mean, we definitely don't learn world history from school because nobody cares about world history in America, since America is world history. Or at least the only part that matters. American history is the only part of world history that matters. Every American right now is like nodding their head in the chat. Yeah. True. So in order for an American to learn world history, they have to find very creative means to engage themselves with that, because normally they're not going to care. I'm not even really joking either, because I came over to Japan and then I found out that, like, you know, ask any kid, why are you studying English? Ask the teenagers or the young people, why are you studying English? And it's like, it's just always been interested in traveling, seeing the world, and looking at all the different cultures. Of course, I'm like, on the outside, I'm like, wow, that's really cool. On the inside, I'm like, okay, whatever that is. Well, but yeah, I'm only half joking. They're like, as an American, we're like, what culture? If I want to go to China, I'll just go to the nearby city and visit their Chinatown. If I want to go to Japan, I'll just go to Hibachi Grill. Or the Asian market. Because that's all there is. You would very much not like to be in America right now? Well, you and me both, kinda. I'm not there. I haven't stepped foot in America in like 3 years. Ninja Bez, I was using the Omega Strict filter. Oh, dude, I have +1 level of chest. It should have just automatically dropped nothing but tier 17 maps. No? $242. Hey, 4 Divine Beauty. That's better than most of my 1,000 card maps. Oh. I'm really feeling bad about that Sephiroth drop rate, though. Man. Why do you take Cartographer for 217 map drops? Aoimiku. Yeah, that sounds like a Japanese name. Why'd I move to Japan? Yeah, no problem. I answer that question every now and then. There's a number of factors. I guess it all started when I discovered anime. Thought it was really cool. Was kind of curious about what kind of culture would make that that type of entertainment. And you know, you start to see like animes that actually have something to do with the culture itself. Get kind of more intrigued by it over time. But I wasn't just gonna like drop everything I was doing and go over there. So like that was before university. I went to university and then I kind of like stopped and then went back again. And then I was like, you know what? I was talking to another friend and he came up with the idea. He was more interested in doing it than I was. And looking at the JET program, yeah, as a probable entry point. Ironically, he would go on to teach English in Taiwan, and I came to Japan, not him. Neither of us did the JET program. I was also at a point in life when I wasn't really... I just didn't feel like I had much going on for me here. I did not do the traditional, like, go to school, get a good job, you know, get good grades, get a good job, find a nice girl, get married, have kids. I did basically none of that. I didn't even get the good grades part. I didn't even do that part really. Yeah. Common story. A lot of guys my age at the time. You're like 30, around 30 years old, late 20s, early 30s. You start looking around, look at yourself in the mirror, and it's like, I don't have much going on for me here. I don't really, you know, where do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years? Ask yourself that question, and it's not a good answer or a nothing answer. So it's kind of like, what do I got to do to like get out of this seemingly futureless future? So I guess do something drastic. I also had an uncle who apparently he had been over in Africa and stuff. So I mean, at least I had some point of. I don't even think I actually talked to him, but not an uncle. I think it was like a second cousin or something for whom I've never met. But anyway, it was just evidence of somebody in my extended family having done something like that and enjoying it, so it gave me a little bit of confidence in it, in the idea. Then I started researching, started looking up a bunch of YouTube videos, what it's like to live here, what it's like to date here, what it's like to eat food here, what it's like to try and get a place to stay here, what it's like, you know, anything involving living. I went out of my way to find anything that was kind of negative about it, just so I'd make sure that it didn't bother me too much. And yeah. Then I started looking at more videos, what it's like to teach here and stuff. One thing that really intrigued me is the fact that like Japanese kids are actually well behaved, which, you know, as an American could barely even fathom that. What? Well behaved children? Talk about unicorns. What the hell? Is that a thing? And it kind of is. Kind of is a thing. Especially girls. Boys sometimes, you know. Nature. Too much testosterone. Can't be helped. No way to civilize. older, middle, you know, young, older boys. Ryan Boundless? No, I don't know that name. How easy is it to get around without... Oh, it's just English? If you're in the city, metropolitan city, it's fine. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. These days, though, we have, you know, we have electronic means, and they're just getting better and better. You can use Google Translate if you have to on something. So, honestly, these days, it's getting easier and easier. The whole work culture. You can verify that you're not setting yourself up for a terrible situation if you bet the company. You just use like Glassdoor.com. Look at that stuff, especially if it's private school. Any really bad things you'll hear about a company, it'll show up in Glassdoor. I actually joined a company that had a couple of terrible Glassdoor reviews. I joined it anyway. But the type of complaints that were there kind of made me realize it sounds like something that would bother other people a lot more than me, you know, that kind of thing. No apothecary yet, nope. Not yet. $867 cards. Chrome again. Yeah, now I've been here 8 years, and the way I look at it is, it's not so much that, you know, life turned around in some miraculous way because I came here. It's more that the sum total of everything I had going for me in the US was it was pretty obvious that the right answer was to do something drastic, and at the very least just experiment to see what happens, where it takes you, you know. So I have no regrets in that respect. I'm doing these on 216. Juggernaut, thanks for the great content you said earlier. I appreciate it, man. From me to you. I just watched a video last night from some Japanese content creator I hadn't seen. It was titled, "Why I Hate Japan." Actually, I'm gonna pull that video up. You can listen to it on here. I just randomly saw it. I actually thought when I watched it, I was like, I wonder what my chat would say about this. Yeah, I'm gonna actually pull that up. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, it's not just that. It's why I hate Japan and Japanese people. First of all, our command of the English language is such that Japanese people have a tendency to use the word hate without thinking that it means the opposite of like, as in like, or not the opposite of like, but the absence of liking something. Which, you know, if you know the English language, you know that hate means a lot more than the absence of liking something. The absence of liking something is indifference or not like. I think she means to say why I don't like Japan and Japanese people. But her title is, I mean, this 6K sub got 159K views, so yeah, I'll link it to you guys. This is the video I'm about to pull up. But yeah, it just came on my feed last night. And I was like, what? And obviously I saw that language. I was like, what? Hate? Why? Why? Pretty young girl hates Japan? Pretty young Japanese girl hates Japan. Wow. Japanese people aren't notorious for shitting on their own country or own country's peoples, unlike Americans. So that was especially surprising. For that reason. Let me see if I can do that. I haven't done this in a while. Let's see. Hit that. That. Yes. It should show up on the feed. What? Come on, okay, good. Wait, why is it off the screen? The fuck? Okay.
Hi, konnichiwa. My name is Kasumi. I'm an artist in Japan. Today I want to talk.
Alright, you guys can hear that, right? Can you guys hear that on YouTube? I don't actually know if it pulls... I didn't quite verify that I set up the audio right on YouTube for this. YouTube may not hear this. Twitch should be able to hear it.
About why I really hate Japan and why I really want to move out from Japan in the future. If you search about Japan, maybe you might find only good information about Japan. But if you're born or raised in Japan, or if you live in Japan, you can see and find so many bad points of Japan. First of all, Japan is good place, really good place, because there's so many beautiful nature, so many beautiful historical buildings, so many beautiful cultures. But nowadays, I can't feel like, oh, Japan is so good place, because Japan changed a lot. So today I want to tell you the reasons why I really hate Japan and why I really want to move out from Japan in the future. First, this is the big point. Most Japanese people are just pretending to be kind, to be
You hear this? This, if I would have guessed what she would say, it would have probably been this. This seems to be the biggest complaint I hear.
nice, to be polite. They are always pretending. If you visit Japan, maybe you would have a good impression about Japanese people. They're always smiling and they never say bad things and always kind and polite, but that's just pretending. Even friends, even family, they never talk the truth. Even when they say the good word to you, like, oh, this is so cute, oh, this is wonderful, oh, you are so kind, oh, thank you, that's just pretending. We have the Japanese expression, hara guroi. Hara means stomach, guroi, kuroi means dark. Stomach is dark. So that means people look so polite and kind and nice, but inside it's so dark and thinking bad things. I feel like most Japanese people are wearing the mask, the other face. Like inside of their heart, they are thinking very bad things, envy the other people, compare to the other people, but the face is always pretending to be kind and to be polite and to be good. They never show their true feelings or true thinking. So it's very stressful to talk to Japanese people because they always say lying. So yeah, don't believe Japanese people. And second, they care how do they look too much. And they always afraid to be unique, to be different from the other people. So if I do something unique or if I do something different from the other people, they might look at me like this, and they might say, oh, she's crazy, don't talk to her, because she's crazy, like this. And sometimes they start ignoring me because I do something different from the other people. That's so stressful. And this is not for only adult. Even Japanese kids afraid to be unique, afraid to be different from the other people, afraid to express their true feeling, because if they do something different things, many people will ignore her or him. So Japanese people are spending very stressful life since they are very small. And third, most Japanese people hate somebody who follow their dreams. When I was little, my dream was to be an artist, but most people said to me that is not possible.
This was probably the only point that surprised me. This idea that Japanese people as a whole despise anyone who goes outside the norms, and even somebody who becomes highly successful and follows their dreams, it's something they resent. I hadn't really thought about it that deeply, but I guess I can't verify that because I don't know as well as she does, but that does kind of sound right, possibly, to some extent. There's a bit of that. Like chasing the American dream is like a high standard that is always to be praised in the US, for example, but to do something similar in Japan is not quite so much.
Like that. Most Japanese people say dream won't come true. That's crazy. Because we should have dream to live wonderful life until we die, right? If we don't believe and follow the dream, what should we do through our life? But most Japanese people really.
I've seen Shogun. Yes, I have. I don't like the acting from the white guy. I thought his acting was pretty bad. But aside from that, I thought it was amazing. I enjoyed the plot, and I enjoyed the acting from pretty much everybody else.
Really hate people who have dream and people who made their dreams come true. That's crazy. In conclusion, Japanese people look so nice, but most of them are terrible. But only visiting Japan is good place, I think, because safe and clean, food is good, nature is beautiful, but to live I can't recommend because it's very stressful. So alright, thank you for listening today. Through this channel, I sometimes want to share you about Japan or the real information about Japan. So if you like this, please subscribe my channel. Thank you, see you next time. Sayonara!
Yeah, so I guess you can. I linked it before I started playing the video. But yeah, if you want to see the real Japan, which means probably like some negative things about it, not just absolutely positive things about it, I guess that's a good channel. Give it a sub and all that. The real issue she has is that people are two-faced. Yeah. Yeah, I'll say some comments on this, but I mean, I thought it was an interesting listen. It was, for the most part, it was everything she said I could anticipate what she was gonna say, because I've met some Japanese people who are similar. In fact, most Japanese people who want to have a foreign friend of some kind, usually they have that disposition, the disposition of, Japanese friends are overrated. They're not even real, like fake friends. I want to talk to a foreigner. They at least, say what they think, and they're direct, and I like that. That's kind of the mentality they have. I mean, seriously, like that's one of the primary motivations that I find in Japanese people who are studying English. And like, why are you studying English? I'd like to meet foreigners. I'd like to, you know. I mean, sometimes it's because they want to, you know, find a sugar daddy or something, maybe a foreigner. But you know, a lot of times you just want to talk to people who have a different way of thinking and are more direct. But yeah, anyway, this was something that when I started doing research on what people over here were like, this is one of the red flags that showed up, and I didn't really know what to think of it because, you know, it's obviously very different behavior than Americans, who are known for being like super direct and will speak their mind and will, you know, say shit to your face if they feel it, which is like, you could say is both good and bad, depends on how you feel, right? After having experienced both sides of that coin, being in a place where everybody's constantly saying what they think and being very direct versus being in a place where pretty much nobody ever shares what they really think, I found the latter to be kind of a breath of fresh air. And I suspect my affinity for it has a lot to do with the fact that I already spent 30 years of my life listening to putting up with everyone's shit out in the open. I'll tell you an example of a setting where most people would be glad that somebody is putting on a persona. The service industry is one. So like in the US, obviously the culture of the service industry is one where you are supposed to put a smile on and you're supposed to fake happiness if you can, and you know, one thing you're not supposed to do, like a waiter at a restaurant is not supposed to say, "Hi, how's it going?" And the customer at the table says, "Oh, it's fine, how are you?" out of polite necessity. And then the waiter turns around and says, "Well, actually, I'm having like one of the worst days of my life because, you know, my dog died, my grandmother died recently, and it really sucks. And, you know, I just got in a fight with my boyfriend." And, yeah, like, what fucking person at a table wants to hear that shit? This is coming from somebody who worked in a restaurant for 6 years, so I saw it on both ends. I deal with this with my coworkers and, you know, obviously seeing this stuff. So that's an example of something I never have to deal with here. Literally never. Because when bad things happen to somebody in their life, they, what'd she say? Put a dark spot in their stomach and they swallow it away and they don't bring it out and make other people deal with it. And I gotta say, that's kind of nice. Especially when you juxtapose it with the example I just gave. Now, where that's not necessarily nice is if you're trying to, you know, make a friend, become a close friends, build on a relationship, maybe even like boyfriend, girlfriend, and you're trying to get to the bottom of the way somebody's thinking or behaving. You're you know, trying to have like a very real conversation, and it's just like pulling teeth trying to get the information out of somebody who doesn't share stuff easily. That could be the opposite side of the coin, where it's like, "Oh, I really wish you were American right now because this would be a lot easier to have this conversation." You know, I've definitely felt like that before. And that's not language barrier, that's culture barrier, is when I say that. But, yeah, I think it just goes both ways. Depends on the setting, for sure, and kind of depends on which settings you find yourself in more often. And I think I learned a lot about myself in this regard because I tend to keep to myself. I tend to be my own best friend. I don't really need to make friends in order to have a decent sense of fulfillment and happiness in life. And I'm like hardcore introverted in general. And I also, which has led me to believe that actually a a TLDR on all of this conversation is, if you are an introvert, you will love Japan. If you are an extrovert, you will hate Japan. As somebody from the West, as far as like living there. It really just boils down to that. Like if you're somebody who loves being alone and doesn't want to be bothered with a bunch of shit, and you don't want people like randomly calling you up and unloading their life's drama on you and like just trying to build reciprocal friendships like that. If you just want to like go to a cafe, put your fucking earphones in and have somebody on the other side of the table just say smile and then, you know, go about the business and that's it. And you just like, you're not bothering anybody else, nobody's bothering you, and you're just totally content with that. That's me. That's that fits really well with me, and that's one of the reasons why I actually really like living here. Is because I got away from the many awkward situations of people feeling obliged and entitled to unloading their life's drama onto me when I never asked for it. When I have drama in life, I sort it out myself. I don't need a bunch of... If it's so overwhelmingly oppressive, I'll talk to my family, immediate family about it. But assuming that it's not, I sort it out myself. I don't unload it on my friends and other people. I don't know. I think that's kind of impolite to do that. It's better to not do that if you can. At least if you can. It's certainly not good to unload it on somebody who never asked or never agreed that they wanted to listen to it. And when you spend your whole life living up in one place, and people all, as a rule, behave a certain way, okay, I mean, you know, you don't really know any better. You don't know what... Like, I used to be in a pool league, a billiards league. And I played pool every Tuesday night or something, and we would get together, and it was like the one time I hung out with a bunch of people, and there were like people of a variety of ages and skill levels in the game. And one common denominator is that, you know, you go there and you're probably gonna have a few drinks, and then everybody's talking about their life's problems, invariably. Always. Like, it's just... The people who seem to have the most problems always have the highest talking time, and it's just like when you know, sometimes you just stand like, man, I just want to play a fucking game of pool and just get out of here. Like, I don't want to like listen to everybody's problems all day. I didn't really realize I was feeling that because I didn't know anybody. I was like, oh, well, this is just what being alive and being social is. That is literally what being social is. You go somewhere and you listen to people's problems. That's basically... That is basically social life in a nutshell. Actually, it's not. Not necessarily. It's not here. It's not in Japan. That's not what social life is. I never hear people's problems. They always keep their problems to themselves. And I also don't share my problems. In fact, me right now, right this second, I'm kind of venting this as if it was a problem in life, just trying to explain what it is. I've never talked about this before, because I don't like venting about my problems. I don't like that in general. Because I don't like it when people do it to me. So I'm not very likely to do it on stream. Because you guys didn't ask for this. You didn't ask for me to, you know, oh God, listen to all my problems in life. You know, this is happening, that's happening. If I'm viewing a stream, if I'm on, you know, King Kongor's stream or whatever, I don't want to hear him talk about a bunch of life problems he's having. I want to see him play the game, kill some monsters, and talk about the build he's running, the strat he's doing, and say some cool, funny shit, you know, that's what I want to see. Maybe I'm different than everybody else, but, you know, I don't know, that's... Anyway, that's the, that's all the thoughts that ran through my head when I watched that video. Forget Bubgun cried on stream. Well, yeah. I'm not even gonna... It's not even worth commenting on that, because obviously I thought a certain way about it. That is in alignment with everything I just said. if you guys ever catch me like just like 10 out of 10 unloading my life on you guys in a stream, that's when you know something has truly gone wrong in my life. Like, I would have to be so far beyond the brink to ever do that. That's just not something I would do. I think it's unseeming or unsightly. I can't remember the phrase. My honest thoughts on this is actually pretty deep. I think, you know, I've talked about this before. I operate on respect. I try to respect people automatically, and I expect to be respected in return for the things that I do that are worthy of respect, obviously. And I actually think it's kind of disrespectful whenever you, not kind of, I think it's actually very disrespectful to unload drama on another person, particularly somebody who didn't ask for it, who didn't really ask for it. Because you're doing something that's even worse than wasting their time. You're actually you're unloading your stress onto them. You're increasing their stress level for no good reason other than to, you know, marginally decrease your own stress level. Like, if you were to ask me straight up, is it good, nice, or respectful to trade your stress for another person's stress? Like, if you just, let's say you're really stressed out, and you had the opportunity to just one for one exchange your stress from you onto them. Is that a good thing? The answer is fucking no. That is like one of the worst things you could ever do to another human being. So that's why it's so funny to me when people think that I'm some kind of, on the rare occasion that people think I'm a drama farmer or something. Like, I'm out here farming drama. I am pretty much anti-drama at my core. I don't want to be anywhere near drama. I don't like creating drama. I don't like receiving drama, for sure. And if I'm doing something that seems to be drama appealing, it's probably because it's something I actually care about. Like, it's really important to me on the merits of whatever it is. And the drama is just a misinterpretation of somebody thinking that I'm just faking it or something. Like, I just, like, you know, create drama because, you know, for fun or something. No, it's probably not for fun for me. It's probably like a serious endeavor or something. So I've found myself in that situation a few times. It's quite off-putting to have people like actively misinterpreting what I'm doing to that degree. About the bow drama, but well, I mean, that wasn't drama to me. Yeah, that I'm referring to that time and some others. Bow's bad drama. All I've tried to do is tell people they can play the game the way they want, and they can I was saying two things at that time, two overarching opinions I was trying to express. Play the game the way you want, and that I don't think bows are in a bad place. I actually think they're in a pretty good place. I got accused of farming drama for having that take, just for having that take and expressing that take. Accused for farming drama, of all things. That was definitely an eye roller. Anyway, back to that girl who's in the video. I imagine she's been like black-pilled by the internet. I think that's kind of like what that is a Japanese person getting black-pilled by the internet in their own way. They've grown up their whole life and they've always felt a little bit isolated, maybe depressed, maybe even suicidal at times. And then they discover, you know, the internet and then other cultures and they start talking to other people online, and they realize, wow, these people, and it quite literally is the case where, like, in Japanese culture, if you are online talking to other Japanese people, they still behave the same way they do in person. It's actually not like in Western culture or online culture where people behave one way in public or one way face to face and another way online, where, you know, they're like a seething troll online, but like if you ever met the person face to face, they would seem at least halfway normal and talk to you in a halfway normal way. Japanese people are actually so respectful to that side of culture. They even behave well on the internet, by and large. Not completely, obviously, but more so than you would see most cultures do that. And so even like online or the Line app or Instagram or post and responding and stuff, it's all very bubbly and very cordial, very polite comments, and you can go check, you know, go look at like an actual authentic like Japanese channel where there's no English, and then go to the comments, and then they're all written in Japanese, and go translate them all. And what you'll see is they're like, it's like just crazy positive. It's just crazy positive. And when I try to like compare that to what the equivalent video in English would look like with English, first of all, I would probably see bot comments here and there, and second of all, which I don't know, maybe they are bot comments in Japanese, but it's kind of mind-boggling. The niceties of it all, like how nice they are. It almost makes me cringe. I'm like, can't anybody say like a negative? Is nobody capable of saying a negative thing? This kind of makes me feel weird, man. Like, you see the whole comment section. But yeah, I don't know. I guess that girl was being authentic in the video, but I think she's probably just black-pilled. Made a couple foreigner friends, and they said, "Oh yeah, we talk about all this stuff all the time." Yeah. What do you like? You know, and then you know, a lot of Japanese people, they meet foreigners who are super abrasive and direct, and they don't like it. Not everybody's comfortable with it, obviously. But some jive with it, you know. So if their personality matches, and you get asked them really intimate, personal questions, you know, like people do, at least in America, then yeah, some people like that. They think that's a breath of fresh air. And then I can imagine it is somewhat liberating when a Japanese person is given the green light to vent about all their life's problems all at once, and they actually concede to that notion. They're like, I shouldn't say anymore. It's bad to talk this way, and you know, the American friend's like, no, go ahead, tell me what's bothering you, what's really bothering you. And they're like, I don't want to tell you. And like, no, look. You can tell me what's wrong, it's fine. I do this all the time with my friends, and they're like, okay, I guess, well, and then fast forward like 2 hours later, and they're like, you know, tears running down their face, and they're crying, and then it's like, and they're like, oh my god, I've never done that before. I can't believe I did that. Are you okay? Everybody like apologizing, asking you if you're okay, because you just had to hear me, you know, vent 2 hours, like 20 years worth of drama that had never vented before. This is somebody. So I'm sure that can be liberating, of course, looking at it from that angle. In Midwest, people are more like what you describe in Japan, where they don't say what they are, they're polite. I mean, I don't know, I'm from the Midwest. I feel like people are pretty direct here. I can't really speak for the coasts of the U.S. so much. Yeah, people seem to be direct enough here. I was just talking about some stories about how, like, in a billiards league, everybody just talk about the drama in their lives, basically. Unfortunately, in Japan, like, there was something she was saying that's right. There is a lot of gossip. So, like, because people don't express things directly very much, there's actually more gossip, if anything, in Japan than there is. So it can be really, you know, really rough. People talking behind each other's backs a lot. Where they're like, you know, they're acting nice and polite, but deep down inside they're actually looking down upon you, and they think less of you because you know, did this or that that was normal or abnormal. Do Japanese people talk politics? Yeah, but not in the same way that US talk politics. So much. In the US, you talk politics, it's derangement syndromes on both sides. So, you know, at least in Japan, they tend to be a little more level-headed about what they say, politically speaking. Like, you know, maybe talking about actual policies that they like or don't like, rather than, you know, orange man bad or whatever, how the saying goes. How is the dating scene over there? I haven't engaged in dating in almost 3 years now, I think. Is it 2 years? I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 years. 5 years ago, I went on like dozens of dates. Shortly after I moved to Tokyo, I verified my man card, shall we say. Because I wasn't sure if I had one up to that point. I just wanted to make sure that I had it in me to be the kind of guy that girls would want to be with. That only lasted like a year. Drive for 3 years. I don't mind. Especially after, you know, I'd already experienced much of the thing. I don't know. I got friends in my life who, this was something I was gonna say earlier. I have friends in my, you guys probably have friends, maybe you guys are like this, some of you, but I have friends in my life who basically, as a default, they must be in a relationship. If they are not actively in a relationship, they are like, they feel like there's something truly wrong with them if they're not in a relationship at any given time. You guys know the people I'm talking about must be actively in a relationship, or their life is coming to an end, or they're incomplete as a human being. Like any girl that I had a guy ever since I was in high school, he was in junior high school, and he basically dated a girl ever since he was 12 years old. He's been dating some guy, and he's dated a grand total of like 100 girls since then. I think his longest standing relationship is like 6 years or something. And I always looked at him like, he and I are so unbelievably different in this regard. I have a very hard time understanding why he's like that. I used to think he was just some sex-raving lunatic guy or something, but I don't even think it's that. I think it's actually psychological. Like, psychologically, he must be in a relationship with some girl, or his world is crashing down, actively crashing down, and that he was just like, I guess he just looks in the mirror and thinks, I'm a loser, while he's single, or something like that. I don't know. It's just really bizarre to me. Those are the ones that usually need to work on themselves too. Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like that. I'm obviously biased in the way of saying that I think... I mean, some people might not like this, but I think if you need another person to complete you, then yeah, you have it in yourself, the capacity to complete yourself. Whatever shortcomings you have in your life, it can be done on your own. You don't actually require another human being to do this. To go through life and to be to get some sense of fulfillment. There are ways to do it without a partner. I'm not necessarily saying one way is the right way or not, but I have personally figured out, more or less figured out, how to go about doing that in a way where I don't require somebody else to be happy. And I used to think, you know, when I was less mature and younger adult, like maybe I'm coping, maybe I'm lying to myself, maybe I'm just, you know, coping, maybe I actually do need somebody, and maybe I'm actually secretly deep down inside I'm depressed, and maybe it's a, you know, I'm 40 years old now. I worked through all that, and the ultimate answer was no, actually I'm not coping, it really is that way. And you know, I've seen enough of life on all ends, especially now having gone through the process of like dating several girls, which I had not done yet, in the early 20s. Terribly inexperienced back then. But yeah, you kind of got to see it through. You got to actually experience it on all sides to know for sure. So that's part of why I did. My own parents are... They divorced, split when I was 18. My mother said never again. She said never again. You know, I have many conversations with her about, you know, why would you say never again? Like, why, really? Your life's not over. Why are you not even gonna try? And then, you know, hearing her talk through all of the reasons why, and hearing all of it, I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess maybe it isn't worth it. No, shit. You know, a lot of wisdom there. Buried in there somewhere. Maybe those weren't the best words for me to hear, but I just try to take what I can out of it. Married for 7 years. Again, 14 will probably never go back. Yeah, that's... I don't know whether to feel happy for you or sad for you. It's like somewhere in between. Happy now, I guess. Yeah, another factor that can't be understated, especially nowadays, is the whole money thing.
Just need a moment.
You gotta actually make a decent amount of money to really support not only yourself but a relationship, whether it's a dual income or not. Like you just have to have that safety net. Part of me thinks it's the lack of money is the real driver for me not like taking dating seriously. There's certainly some truth in that, but actually I think it's deeper than that. I think it's I just can't be bothered to give a shit about money. I'm also a very unusual person that I really don't care about making money. I don't care about having enough money to like do whatever I want, whenever I want, support whomever I want. I like the idea of all these things, but the path to get there is one that makes me less happy in the process. And you might say, well, there's such a thing as delayed gratification, or, you know, seeing things through, or, you know, you got to put out to get something or something. But then I kind of weigh it in a sense, metaphysical sense. I'm like weighing the pros and the cons, and it just doesn't come out even at all. I've seen way too many miserable people who make tons of money and stuff, and I'm aware of way too many there's far too many happy poor people and unhappy rich people in this world for me to believe otherwise. I am not somebody who subscribes to the belief that the more money you have, the happier you are. I think there's almost nothing in common with those two things. Like, I think when people claim that they're unhappy because they don't have enough money, I think that they're using that as an excuse, as an outlet for something else. It's far deeper. Something more, you know, in their psychological. Mess them up. Like, I'm not happy we don't get to go on vacation. We don't have enough money to go on vacation 5 times a year. Or if I made more money, I'd be happier. No, like, you can be creative about your time. You don't have to go on vacation to go travel somewhere in order to be happy. Like, there's places you could go there nearby, or you know, it's conceivable you could be content literally just sitting in your home doing nothing and meditating for all that time that you would be on a vacation, and it would be possible to be just as happy as you doing that. But that would take a totally different way of thinking in order to reach that conclusion. And so, you know, that's just an example of, this is one example of people, you know, I don't have enough money to do this or that. How's the strat looking? Good div per hour? I did a toy map test before. It didn't really drop hardly anything, and I was making like 10... I can't remember actually. It was like 10 to 20 div an hour. So it should be good. The investment cost is less than it used to be, but the drops are also kind of less. Money doesn't buy happiness, but allows for greater freedom, which can lead to more fulfillment. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's right, technically speaking. More freedoms to do other things. But in order to make that money, you had to give up freedoms. Like, you had to, at the very least, sacrifice a whole lot of extra time to do it, presumably. Now, if you're talking about this in a vacuum, where, you know, here's $10 million. You have either... Person A has $10 million, person B has $10. They both put the same amount of time in to reach that conclusion. Okay, sure, you know, I would buy into that. But the implicit assumption here is that in order to make enough money to no longer need to care about money, you're going to have to give up a great deal of freedom along the way. In the younger years of your life, which, you know, some people prioritize much more heavily than the older years of life as well. And that's not something I haven't even said yet, but you know, there is that. And the other thing is not just time too, or sacrificing. Like, you're sacrificing, you invariably have to sacrifice something, like your own enjoyment of life or fulfillment to make a bunch of money. Because in most cases when we talk about making money, we're talking about something that you would not be doing if you were not getting paid for it. I think that's something everybody would agree on. Usually when we're talking about making money, we're talking about a job, something you're doing that you would not do for free. You're only doing it because you're getting paid for it. You could say, well, it's nicer, you know, it's a above average desire to do it. But yeah, let's cut to the chase. Like, you do it because you don't want to be doing it. I think different people tolerate different levels of that. I'm very sensitive to my own psyche, my own happiness, enjoyment, everyday feeling is very sensitive to the situation where I'm doing things that I don't want to be doing. I get irritable very quickly when I find myself doing things I don't want to be doing. If I find myself doing something I don't want to be doing, I want to stop immediately. And if I'm obligated to not stop, to keep doing it, I get in a shitty mood. I get in a real shitty mood. Whether we're talking about a job or some obligation, responsibility thing that I have. And I see what it does to me. I see what it does to other people. I had a grandfather who was one of the most irritable people that I've ever met. This was because he was in chronic pain all his life because he worked for 20 years in an asbestos factory, got pulmonary fibrosis, which is basically your lungs are dying slowly over time, and he could barely breathe. He was eventually on an oxygen tank. He had rheumatoid arthritis and pretty much every single chronic inflammation condition you can possibly think of. And as a child, I was like, why are you so mad all the time? And now I get it. Okay, yeah, if you give somebody that life, and somebody who did all that, well, he did that to make money, to put food on the table so he could provide for his family and, and everything. So that's an honorable thing to do, but it made him an absolute terrible, miserable human being in the process. And I'm sorry, I have to ask myself, was that really worth it? Was that worth that lifestyle? Because I seen pictures of the guy when he was young and healthy, and I was like, that is not the same person. That is not my grandpa. I can just look at the picture of a young man who seems in relatively good health, who's smiling. I was like, I've never seen that man in my life. There is no way that's the same person. But supposedly they're telling me that's the same person. Like, his whole life got flipped upside down because of that experience. Of course, there's gradations to all this. You don't have to... it's not between like, well, either you have no job or you work in an asbestos factory for 20 years. Those are your two choices. No, it's not like that, but he lived with it at the time. Those were the times, and that's what the times called for somebody like him. He didn't think anything of it. Misclick. But, of course I loved my grandfather, but he was... I dreaded whenever my parents took me over to their house because I was just like, he never like hit me or anything. He was never physically abusive, but he was pretty verbally abusive. It was pretty rough. And he was just taking out all of his, physical and pain and everything out on anyone and anything he could because that's what became of a man who spent his life doing that. I don't want to become that. No way I want to become that. I don't want to be touch that with a 39.5-foot pole. I can see my own mood and behavior change throughout the day when I am doing things I don't want to be doing. I've worked jobs I don't like. I've been stressed out on deadlines that I couldn't meet. I used to work at a newspaper office as a graphic artist, one of the most stressful jobs I ever had. Absolutely terrible. Also, your YouTube video player overlay is still showing on YouTube? Oh, really? Okay, maybe if I just exit this. Wait, I don't see it. I'm looking at the YouTube now. Did it just close? Oh, I'm dead. It's gone now? Okay, thanks. Dutron says I quit forcing myself to work when I was sick. I stopped taking on jobs that I knew were going to be full of nonsense and headaches. Yeah. I sometimes get like migraines. And usually if there's a day where I say, hey guys, I'll see you tomorrow, I'm going to be on stream tomorrow, and we're going to finish this thing or whatever, and if I just don't show up, usually I have like a migraine. And, I mean, a part of me is kind of like, man, I'm letting my audience down. I said I'd be on. But another part of me is like, I really saved my audience the trouble of dealing with my sorry ass when I'm in a terrible mood and like, trying to play the game with a migraine, because I wouldn't want to watch me with a fucking migraine. I don't even want to be here. So that's how I kind of justify that. I've also caught myself being unusually happy or pep in like a on a stream or something. Like sometimes I'm in like an unusually good mood, and I'll be like, wow, like I'm really glad I'm streaming today. I can't believe how engaging I am on stream right now. What's up with me? Why am I actually like, I'm like reading every single message, I'm responding to every single person. It's not making me the least bit tired. What did I do? I need to figure that out and repeat that. But you can't just do that, because like sometimes you just in a good mood. But usually it's because, oh, there's something going on in the game that is especially exciting right now, or you know, maybe there's a league launch that's happening. It could be that, obviously, part of that. We just, everybody's, you know, in a good mood. Everybody's happy about the state of the game. Oh, when did that last happen? I don't know. When was the last time everybody was super happy about the state of the game? No stream is better than a bad one. Yeah. Yeah. I'll even go so far as to say I've seen right now I have at least 60 viewers more than I'm supposed to have right now. Right this minute, I almost guarantee you I have at least 60 active Twitch viewers more than I have than normal. And it's because I'm actually engaging with this content. Some, you know, a lot of you guys are interested in Japan culture and stuff. That's how this conversation spawned. But most streams I'm not talking about all this stuff, so those of you who are here right now probably are more likely to stay because and probably a few people tuned out as well at the same time. A few people are like, why the fuck is this guy talking about, you know, life and stuff? I don't want to hear this. And so there's a few people who probably tuned out, but there's more people who are more interested in because it's at the very least engaging and relevant. Whatever, you know, they're thinking about in life. It's also Saturday morning. No, I've been on stream this time of the day on Saturday. I think genuinely people. Okay, I'll take it back. There's a chance that literally all the extra people who are here are Red Vile's holdovers, and if he's not streaming, maybe they're watching me because I'm like their second favorite. It could be that. That's the one exception possibility. It could be. I'm half joking. I'm here because you're pretty chill and don't scream like a maniac every time a tink drops. Joke's on you. It's because I'm not dropping any tinks. Oh! I haven't in a hot minute anyway. Caught Red Vile's no stream today. Watching ever since the 800 subs on YouTube. Wow. That was a while ago. Yeah, I remember I made that super cringe 1,000. Hey, thanks for 1,000 subs video. I didn't do anything like that again after. Here because of pilfering? Yeah, there are probably some of you here. Specifically because I'm not, I don't know, failing to find a giga awesome mirror lock farm, but doing a, you know, a real man's farm like pilfering divination farming. The definitive best pilfering strategy in the game. Facto. Cute Dog says the #1 fan. I haven't seen Cute Dog in here in a while. I would believe you if I ever saw him in here. But, yeah, where has he been? Rogue Exile fishing? I did that a little bit. It's not very good. The best lock mirror farm I found was probably just Magic Pack, because, like, Magic Pack tier 17 or 16.5, because the Bloodline Scarab was buffed massively. But, you know, we're dropping a lot less stuff because of the squish to explicit modifiers and everything. However, the Bloodline Scarab really did elevate Magic Pack currency farming. And we did a little test on this on stream, actually. I was dropping an average of almost 1 divine every other map, which is, when I was doing this strat for real, like in a few previous leagues, I was dropping around 7 to 8 divines every 10 maps, so almost a divine per map on average. So this was worse, but in the context of how much everything else got obliterated, it's not terrible. Not terrible now. So if you are somebody who's like, you really, really want to get into the lock mirror farming this league, you have no idea where it went, just try magic packs farming. You can look up. Actually, I don't even think I have an atlas on it anywhere. It'd be like the same atlas. I was doing actually a non-beyond version, so similar atlas to videos before, and it was double monstrous lineage, double wisp, bloodlines. Definitely not a bad farm. It's just, you know, nothing like what we had last league with Alva and all that. Yeah, well, yeah, because I don't think it's necessarily wise to combine more currency with wisps, but I did anyway, just because I was like, alright, let's see how much currency I can drop. So I was doing 100% more currency plus sanctuary maps. Which is kind of hard, because you're killing the sanctuary boss with who knows how many wisps. Oh yeah, double delirium orb. 2 delirium orbs I was doing. 3 or 4 delirium orbs is better though. This whole patch could have been saved if they would have just made Breach actually drop real loot. Because we could have made a lot of different farming strategies around it. It's just such a shame. Like, we're killing so many monsters. Why couldn't they have made it drop some decent loot? 883 card. Ooh, primordial. Nope. What do you think about the Strongbox dupe? You're just talking about classic containment Strongboxes? Yeah, I mean, that's... I think most people feel like that is the bar. That is the strat of the league. It's obviously a good strat. This league especially. Just baseline boxes. I mean, whether you're doing containment or ambush. Triple ambush. Yep.
You are greater than a god, untouchable.
Wisp stacks with fishing? No, you don't run Wisp Scarab with fishing because they're actually kind of anti-synergy. Kind of. I wildwood fished a variety of different Alva setups I tried to make work. I mean, it didn't work. I wildwood fished Rogue Exiles. Tried to do that. Still not very good. Yeah. I wildwood fished, you know, the Pantheon Rares Nemesis setup. Not very good. I even wildwood fished... No, not wildwood fish. I did Wisp Blight. So Blight, it's actually really hard. My character wasn't probably not really good enough for it. Really needed either a stronger character or Warden Tech or something to handle the crazy. I'm talking like Titanic of Legend blight, uniques farming, that kind of thing. Would you rather have the old breach? I mean, yeah, I think the old breach did better. Dropped better loot, yeah. I think it did. Missed a divine right side to start. On this map? Hello, Mr. Snoo. Quick question. How do you get 205 strength with your final form build twister? It's not in any gear. Oh no, I opened that. I can't recall that build off the top of my head this late. I haven't looked at that build in like 2 months. I don't know. Was there not a POB of it? Was there no path of building link? You can check it in path of building. You see every source of strength in the build. Wait, strength is on Headhunter. Headhunter has a big strength roll. No? Oh yeah, I got a lot of you here. Maybe somebody here knows. I tried to ask around a little bit. Not got an answer on this yet, but there was a commenter on my cluster farm video who is he's dead certain that the cluster weightings are not actually identical. Has anybody done a real test on that or know anything about that? I'm under the assumption that every single large cluster you drop is identical weighting to each other. There was a commenter who was quite sure of himself that's not the case. Said he was testing it. Something about the elemental twisters or elemental clusters, spell cluster, minion cluster being common, but like all the weapon clusters being rare. So basically, the theory was that the weapon cluster mods are rarer than the every other mod. Did you ask for his sample size? He said he had, I think he was actually, well, I think most of his sample size he was testing with 5-to-1ing the clusters. I don't know why he was 5-to-1ing them. But he said he had, yeah, he said like 3 dozen of the common ones. They only had like 1 dozen of the other ones each, mainly. But that was through 3-to-1 or something. I don't know the exact sample size, but it seemed like it was enough that it raised the eyebrows a little bit. Oh, I don't think it was a filter thing. You need to see like a crazy big sample size to know. I'd be very surprised if they're different. I've never heard anybody suggest otherwise in any real way. And you know, I've obviously farmed a lot of. I haven't like definitively had a huge sample size test specifically for the sake of testing that, but you know, I observe what I'm dropping. Never been led to believe that they weren't identical. Oh my god, I got no diviners on this map? Actually 0? It's like the second map ever in the whole 100 map set. 0. Oh, dude, I forgot I could 5-to-1 those. I totally forgot about that. Your glove craft came in useful for my tornado shot build. Change flat fire for more attack speed. Wait, I already had attack speed. Wait, what? You talking about? Frostblade's glove craft? Alright guys, this is the map. 0 diviner boxes, 2 apothecaries coming up. No cope. Sure for sure. 16 cards is in there. Or not. A sanctuary map though. Take the wins where I can get them. Yeez. That was the I had no diviner boxes. No diviner boxes. What am I supposed to do? Manifest out of thin air? I know what I'll do. I'll find my Japanese friend. I'll complain to him about how I never spawn any diviner boxes. Now it's ruining my life. That's the best course of action. And they'll be like, thank God I have an American friend. It's so nice. Oh, we have some now. I've seen 2. Yeah, I don't take the League mechanic very seriously. King's March at this point is better than the League mechanic. You guys see that Chris Wilson video about the dark patterns You guys saw that, right? I assume everybody here watched that video. What? What is so special about this build? Another one. No! Oh my god. +1 chest. Gotta stay with it. Quant not rarity. Give me quant. Some of you might be new in here, since before we were talking about how the breaches spawn an immense amount of Eldritch packs. Like all the packs spawn right here in the breach zone. The walls that despawn are anchor points for containment maps. So like all the Eldritch packs get bundled up into this one spot or something. I don't know. It's pretty weird. Guys, I have a great content creating idea. What do you guys think about what would happen if I full-blown pivoted away from PoE to Japanese reaction content? Especially like, you know what videos I'm talking about, the ones where there's like a man on the street interview, a bunch of girls talking about whether they like foreign guys or not. If it's just like, because there's enough videos for a lifetime of reactions to that kind of content easily. So what do you guys think about that full-blown content pivot? Do the interview yourself? Fuck no, dude. I'm way too scared for that. I'm way too scared. Now you kind of got to be bilingual to do that. I'm not bilingual, so. And you have to have a good personality too. I mean, what are we talking about here? That's a major uphill battle for me. Funny, bilingual, good personality. It is pretty funny though. I could literally just like, where those people have those interviews, I can walk there from here. It would not take it was not a long walk. So you would think the most inconvenient aspect of the requirement, that is super convenient for me. Super convenient. I wouldn't even have to take a train to be a man on the street interview. I actually did an interview once. Somebody stopped me and asked me to interview. I can't even remember what the topic was about. About something actually not that interesting. I think it was about like working in Japan or something as a foreigner. Follow your dream. It's not my dream though. Now, it'd be the opposite of following my dreams, because I would be giving up the thing I want to do, which is play video games, for making money by getting so many more viewers who would be engaged with, you know, man on the street. Midwestern introvert Midwestern introvert interviews Japanese girls on what they think about dating foreigners. Who wants to see that? Everybody would watch that. Instant 100k subs overnight. My mate absolutely loves Japan, all he ever talks about.
True strength comes from within, and I know.
Moving there soon. Yeah, I have a confession to make. I'm not actually that much of a weeb. I know you might find that hard to believe, but it's true. I'm not really that much of a weeb. I do like anime, but I haven't watched anime. I basically haven't watched anime for 8 years. When I moved to Japan, I stopped watching anime almost completely. Because I inadvertently realized that my primary motivation for watching anime was as a window into another culture that I could not experience. Then when I moved here, I no longer needed the window. You know, I opened the door, there I am. I'm immersed in it, and suddenly my desire to watch anime like went down the drain. Basically, it just got completely dropped. I always thought that was kind of weird. Like, I don't really fully understand why that happened. No, I'm saying I don't watch anime. I watched a ton of anime before I came to Japan. I really like a variety of different types. Bleach was one of my favorite ones. Manga? No, I didn't really do that. I'll give you an example of a weird, obscure anime that I like that most people don't know, but it's like very different than your conventional, you know, anime, weeb anime. It's one called Mushishi. It's about a set in like ancient Japan. Old traveler goes around, and the whole culture of the anime is based on a karmic spiritual force that is there's a balance in the world, and then like something happens in a village or something, and they mess with the balance, and it's people's lives become in danger with things, and it's like supernatural and stuff. And I thought it was amazing. I loved watching it. It's super serene or surreal, extremely slow moving, like very little, like there's no action. There's like no action. Very little happens. It's very, you know, it's like cerebral, spiritual, highly fictional. Yeah, anyway, it's actually pretty hard to describe what it is. You can look it up, Mushishi, if you want. White, the main character is a white hair guy. His personality is kind of bizarre too. And he's kind of like you could think of him as like a shaman or something, kind of like that. Goes around repairing villages after they fucked up nature, basically, in some massive way, without realizing how or in what way. Hunter x Hunter? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I see you there. I see you there, my guy. You liked that one more than I did, I think, a little bit, but yeah, I liked it. First anime I ever watched that I got hooked on was called Full Metal Panic. Which, for some reason, a lot of people don't know what that is. I don't know why. I remember watching that. I had a university friend. He had it ripped off on his laptop, and I was like hanging out at the school overnight or something, and he had to go do something. I was like, well, I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess I just hang out here. And he said, here, just I don't know, just watch this. And he pulled up the anime. It was the first time I ever really watched anime. I'd seen anime on TV, but not. You know, it was like watching anime on TV, and then there's downloading an entire season, you know, illegally on your computer. That's actually watching anime, in my opinion. And I mean, you know, binged it right there. Just like, I was actually kind of mad. He came back like 4 hours later, and I was like, oh fuck, dude, you're back? And that means I have to stop watching. Like, that's how much I got into it. I was like angry that not angry, I was disappointed that he came back, which means the laptop now goes back to him, and so I just immediately like went home and downloaded the whole thing right there. It was just like the next morning, and then, you know, didn't participate in life for the following, I don't know, 24 hours or something. And yeah. That's a similar story to a lot of you guys, I bet. Monster. Oh yeah, that one. Dude, that one. What was the title of that again? That anime was crazy. It's called Monster, that's it. Brandon Heat was the name of the character. Yeah, oh my god. That one would blow your mind. Massive plot twist anime. Where the creators just go, they dial it up to like an 11 on plot twists. It's like a mafia, yeah, Japanese mafia anime basically. Supernatural, what was it, like supernatural zombie, super soldier, mafia anime, something like that. There's a premise. Oh, Gungrave. Oh, my bad. I'm thinking of Gungrave, yeah. No, that Gungrave, yeah. What was the other one? Alright, Monster was the boy that killed his parents, and there was like twins. And then the doctor is the main character. You're watching it through the psychological doc. It's like a psychological thriller, basically. Yeah, that one's good. They tried to make it like the whole anime, they make it sound like he's like the devil incarnate or something. Oh yeah. Trying to think of what else. There's some standouts. Started with Bleach in 2013, ended with last year. I think they're coming out with something again soon, I think. Trigun, I didn't get into that as much as I did watch it, I think, all the way to the end. In the end, I wasn't that much into it though. It was like way too much comedic relief on that one. Full Metal Alchemist was a big one. Obviously, I always always on my list of one of the top ones, I felt. It's like Japan's Seven, I guess. The movie. Except a little more drawn out. Ayaka Zombie. I'm not familiar with that one. There's a lot that I don't know. In the box, yeah. We watched that movie recently too. Seven. A lot of people consider it like the best. I've seen a lot of contemporary reviews on that. They call it like the best movie ever made or something. I don't know about that. It's some people's best movie ever made though.
Just need a moment to
Real shame though. Like every time I watch the Kevin Spacey movie, it's always like, you know, the experience is tainted a little bit, you know. Top favorite anime villains. I mean, nobody's gonna know this one, but the Full Metal Panic second season. I always think of that villain as like one of the best anime villains I've ever seen. Probably not even a single person in the chat who's seen that, but it was like absolute ballistic psychopath bad guy. Oh, why'd I click that? I mean, I would say the villain in Monster was obviously way up there. Oh, okay. The best way, you're gonna love this one. Death Note. Yeah, what are we talking about? Best villain? Probably Death Note. The laugh, man. The psychotic laugh in the end. I just crack up every time I see it. I even watched that again, like a few months ago. I turned that scene on again. I just thought of it randomly, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna see that laugh at the very end. Everybody's like mouth gaping open, like, what is happening? You want to go to Japan just for the vending machines? The funny thing is, I don't even use the vending machines here. I don't really like vending machine food product. We already talked about this earlier. I don't really drink soda, sugary drinks. I don't like coffee out of a vending machine. Even though, yes, they have heated coffee in vending machines here. What are your thoughts of Survival of the Sword and Fantasy Sword? I'm afraid I don't have any thoughts on it because I'm not familiar with it. I'm not, especially if it's contemporary. I'm not that familiar with it at all. Demon Slayer is like one of the most popular animes presently, and I watched the first movie, but I wasn't familiar with any of the backstory at all. Hey, we got 4 Sephiroth again. Nice. Oh, the other guy in chat, okay. A pizza, do you want to eat pizza out of a vending machine? I mean, sure, they're doing an impressive job of making it actually not soggy, but even still, man, like, eh. At least once? It'll be a $2,000 pizza slice to fly over here for the pizza. Four. Your old Pilfering strat is still alive. Just dropped my second 4x apothecary and 175 maps. Hey. That was my apothecary. Give it back. I'm like 90 maps deep. Give it back. Where's mine at? Am I getting scammed? Actually, we've done enough maps now where it turned upside down. I was off to a hot streak first. In the first 10 maps, I dropped the Quad Brothers Gift. And now we're on the other end of the spectrum, and I'm straight up unlucky on this farm now. Pretty sure. I have had worse luck than this, but with Brother's Gift being the very best card I drop, that's a bit unlucky. In 100 maps. Really? It thinks I clicked that box? Come on. Come on. It's a lie. I gotta stop misclicking diviner boxes. Why aren't you juicing Arcanus too? Because I'm not running double drop from Arcanus, because to get there I have to path through 2 nodes that make Arcanus more likely to spawn, which actually pretty dramatically removes the chance of diviner boxes to spawn. If you look at the weightings of them, Discernment Scarab 10x is the weightings of Cartographer, Diviner, and Arcanist. Cartographer is extremely rare. Diviner is a little more common, and Arcanist is more common than Diviner. The problem is the value just doesn't match up to the loss of Diviner boxes for this strat, I think. You know, if you really, really want to, you can still run Arcanist. Oops. But for box rolling strat, then you're going to feel compelled to actually roll the boxes for real, and then it's like, once again, calls into question as to whether or not that's all worth it. Because, you know, a random Arcanist box is definitely not worth as much as a random Diviner box for this strat. I basically just said, nope, not worth it. All things considered. But, you know, when I finally drop 1 Mirror of Calandria from an Arcanist box, maybe I'll turn around and be like, oh my god, what have I done? But, you know, that's not going to happen, so... $491 cards. Well, that looked like 16 cards to me. Would I find a guide that explains what to do here? Well, the best thing to do would be check the VOD from yesterday, about 5 minutes in, to see the most up-to-date version. But you can instead check Pilfering Divination box rolling on YouTube. My video will probably come up if you do that. I did a few of them last league, but we don't have a video of it yet this league. We're in the middle of making one. Hey look, a cartographer box. More quant? Alright, I got above average quant. To layer these RNG on top of each other. There we go. Double Diviner. and acres. Not very exciting on this farm. I got a Divine Orb altar yesterday. I got like 3. We're scrying anything? Yes, of course. It's a pretty big deal to scry something on this farm. You're doubling your cards anyway. We're doing Defiled Cathedral. Probably the best one. Oh, wow. Alright, this is a good map. We got a good map. I have now layered 2 RNG on top of each other. A couple of Quant altars with a lot of Diviner boxes. I just need 1 more layer. Actually, I need 2 more layers. I need to reopen. I need the reopen RNG. And then after I get the reopen RNG, I need a 4th layer of RNG, which is actually drop a valuable effing card for once. And then if I can do all of that, maybe we'll see a Quad Apothecary drop. Maybe. Or Apothecary. Yep. That's gonna be that's the target. OMG, I need an alchemy orb. And it's not. Oh my god, there is one here. What? Can't believe it. Map's so good, I ran out of alchemy orbs. That's a good sign. Reopen. Do it. Reopen. Reopen. Yeah, just like that. Wait. No, I got you baited. No, it's not a reopen. Alright, there's 1 box. Of course, this one reopened. God, that always drives me nuts. Alright, 2nd box. No reopen. Third and 4th box. No reopen. Not like this. 5th box. Hey, that one reopened. Alright, 6th. 7. 8. Wow. 7 boxes and only 1 reopen. I got shafted. Alright, don't deserve an apothecary then. Sorry, I tried. Maybe Chris Wilson's smiling upon me right now, though. Drops it anyway. 800 plus cards. Oh yeah, it's got 900 cards with that quant roll. God, could have had so many. 1,025 cards. I mean, I'm overclocking the quant here. This is 7 opens and 1,000 cards. That is worthy of a super massive drop. It must be coming in the next 5 seconds. It didn't even try. It didn't even try.
What are we shipping to?
It's not even like... Not even a modicum of good loot in there. Might as well be fishing for Krilson. I got a stretch break. Bathroom. Come back with a drink. We got, I think I am gonna get all this done today. We got 16 maps to go. I think we can do it all. But, gonna need a break or two. So, just hang tight. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, we're back. Alright guys, this is the most exciting time of the farming session. This is what they call in anime the redemption arc, in case you didn't know the technical term for it. This is where the hero, the protagonist, is behind in his motive and his goals, and at a certain point it feels like all hope is lost, but in the end he comes through, delivers the magic. So that's what we're about to see. I'm talking about best anime ever before. That's this one right here, right now. This is where I need like a VTuber swap, at like an anime version of myself. Like you just like press a button, swap it over. That would have been pretty badass if I had that right then.
Everything you have done has only made things
Hey, we got a color back. No! Get away from me! Get away! Get away! Oh my god. Why? Why Bismuth? Why? What is this box? Oh my god. Worst box. Worst box ever. All my gains thrown away on one cheat meal. Like, what? Dude. This is actually the worst box. And like, so I roll like, I probably roll 400 boxes. I could have kept that one, I guess. And that one was definitely the worst one of all. What are the desired mods? Flat plus % increase quantity of items. Honestly, I just go for one or the other. And then not +1 to chest level, because that mod is wasted. There's some other generic ones. But yeah, it's basically 2 big rolls. I just want one of the big rolls, one of the 2, and then just don't screw me over with +1 chest level. That's all I ask. No! That right there. Wow, this is the worst map ever. Oh my god. Worst map ever. Well, guys, look on the... I'm about to put this thing on YouTube if it keeps doing that. Oh my god. I was about to say... At least we can go from this to actually playing a real ARPG game. We get to like just blast away, blast the whole screen with twisters, and just like flying across the map at breakneck speed, and lag the game down like crazy, just dropping divines right and left. I mean, you guys want to play a real ARPG game like that, right? I'm suddenly kind of glad that this is only a 6-week endeavor, not 8 weeks. I swear to God, if this slam +1 chest level. Alright. It has the lowest weighting, by the way. +1 chest level is the lowest weighted mod. So, it's supposed to be pretty rare. Oh. Good for... Again! Again! Give me Sanctuary. How you fail to drop Sanctuary with that? Come on. Stupid. Hopefully they look, I'm gonna fix your sentence. Hopefully they look at this league and implement a lot of the good parts about it into the other game. They're fixed. That's what they're doing anyway. We're just beta testing PoE 2 right now. Maybe they're thinking about making PoE 2 Poverty League Edition. Ooh. PoE 2 Poverty League, anyone? Log in. Log in, PoE 2 Poverty League. Asynchronous trade, doesn't matter. Yeah, that too, I love both games. Aw, I'm happy for you. Are you a Twister gamer? Async poverty, I know, asynchronous trade Poverty League, that's like the best thing ever. Just like trading in alteration orbs. I kind of wonder what ruthless async trade looks like. I bet that's crazy. You're over there trading in like scroll scraps and stuff. Or something like, is that what people do? They trade like scroll scraps? Yeah, I min-maxed your build in PoE 2. Min-maxed it, dang. Right on. That's a real one. Alright, 455 cards coming up. This guy is super slow. Twister over here. He's so slow I can't ring him around. Too slow. Get that Twister out of here. How many scroll fragments does a Chaos Orb cost in Ruthless League? Some mass botter probably knows the answer to that. Wow, I got more currency than I needed. Nice. Was checking your PoE Ninja every day to see what you're cooking up. That must have been kind of infuriating, yeah. Wait, really? I only have 46 maps? I really fell off. Is it just me? Has the map count been 85 for a while? Yeah, it's probably... I actually don't know what it is. Sorry, the test is accurate. The overlay is not. I just fixed the number of sanctuary maps, but I need to look back again and see what the map count is. We're not on the last 10 yet. Alright, a couple boxes. Is rarity higher weighting than quant? Good lord. Sure seems like it is. Jungle Valley versus Mausoleum. I mean, I'm just gonna say Mausoleum in general because it's way, way, way safer boss. I like the figure 8 for rolling boxes too because I can turn around and like try to make sure I get all of the Eldritch spawns first and then just kind of figure 8 my way back over and actually open the boxes. What? How do I have quant? They're over here. Would using a shrine map help with a bunch more altars for the strat? It's not worth 4 boxes. I don't think it's worth 4 boxes for it. Probably. Yeah. Right. No delirium orb. Shame. $361 cards. Might as well have been 0. What? Wow. That actually worked out. Doesn't Lookout work too, boss altars? I'm not aware of that map working that way. I thought Jungle Valley and Mausoleum were the only two maps in the game that did this. What the hell? Forgot alchemy orbs. I guess. Did anybody try rolling boxes in PoE 2? I think it's like a actual legit strat. Especially early on. My league started. Oh my god, imagine my league start strategy is rolling boxes in PoE 2. Oh man. We were talking about pool earlier. I don't think I've ever talked about this on the stream. Does anybody in chat play pool? Talking about billiards. I'm not the only one, right? IRL? Yes, IRL. Real physical pool table. Bar tables or the big one. It's whatever. Nice. Crypto sniper plays. There you go. What's your game of choice? I haven't played much lately, but it's definitely a kind of like riding a bike game. 9-ball, alright. I like that. So, you guys any good? Do we got any Chad? Cool. We got any hustlers in chat? I'm getting hustled by this boss. Oh my god. He will not drop me any decent cards. They got Chaos Disposition chaotic disposition coming out my ears. Okay, we're gonna be on map 88. We got another 2 sanctuary maps. The exile. Well, it's fun. We had this league called APA League. Something Players Association. I don't remember the name of it. Played for money, won somebody's pool cue. Give about how much? What? What kind of pool cue was it? What was it? I definitely miss it. It kind of sucks to play every once in a while because it's like I get such a terrible like knot in my neck if I'm not in, you know, playing shape. Otherwise, it's not too bad. If I'm like not playing hardly ever and then I just play a bunch one day randomly, I know that like next morning I'm gonna have such a crazy crick in my neck. It's gonna be terrible. A dink cue. I have one here actually. I did bring my own. I heard pool is really popular in Japan, so I actually brought my my cue with me when I came to Japan. I haven't used it very much though. $500 boss dropped a headhunter? What? Okay. New tier 0 farm, guys. Divination Pilfering for tier 0s. What? Raw drops. This is like the last place in the whole game you should be dropping a headhunter. It's so rare. I get almost no uniques in a given map. This league, they had handicap system. Nobody really knew how good I was, and they adjust your handicap league by league based on your like win-loss ratio on your matches. And the higher the number you have, the more matches you have to win the match. The more games you have to win the match. I used to play when I was younger a lot, and like we had like a little pool hall in my hometown. Not very good condition. We had a community center I used to work at. Also, actually terrible condition. Pool tables. It was pretty funny when I moved to the city. I actually got to play on some nice tables. I was a lot better than I realized. Because I could actually, you know, play on a decent table. It's like, oh, wait, this is like, this is what it feels like to actually play on a good table. What the hell? Crazy. I never want to play on a crappy table ever again. I was APA ranked 7, or handicap 7, they called it at the time. Which was, I think, the second highest ranking. 8 is a pro, basically. And 7 is one step below. Well, I could run racks back in the day. I think most I ever ran was like 5 in a row or something, maybe. Usually I'd run at least one, you know, in like a match. 8 ball or 9 ball. I liked both. I think I do prefer 9 ball. I was a position player more than a shot maker. When I was younger, learning how to play, I was, you know, obviously, hey, where's my headhunter? I was obviously more of a shot maker, just like anybody, but I really got into English spin, ball positioning, everything. I actually got really good at it. I kind of got too good at it because if you take it too far, you actually, like, if you have to, because you have to anticipate making the shot at the exact angle it should be made in order to know exactly where the ball ends up, which is dependent on you actually hitting the shot. So if you get too good at ball positioning, your shot making falls off, and if you have like perfect ball positioning on a shot that you miss, then the whole thing's fucked. Like, you miss the shot and the positioning is bad at the same time. Which is sometimes okay, because who cares if you're positioning good if you missed a shot, right? Like, maybe it's good that you ruin your opponent's shot anyway. The best shots are two-way shots, though. Ones where if you missed it, if you make the shot at the right angle, you're set up. If you miss the shot at the angle of the English you're using, you actually snooker your opponent anyway. Those were the best shots. I did not play snooker, no. That game looks crazy challenging. I think I've technically played it, but not really. Good defensive bounce? What do you mean by bounce? I would get on some kicks. There was a while where I became like this massive safety player where I was just playing safeties all the time. But I was more like, just, I wanted to improve that part of my game, so I just forced myself to play safeties even when it was pretty obvious I could just run out. My fub gun's dead. No. There's only 20 containments listed and 40 pilferings for chaos? Really? Bounce off the sides? Wait, if you bounce off the sides, it's out and it's like ball in hand, the other person. I don't watch it that much more. I liked watching Shane Van Boning though. He was a fun player to watch, especially his breaks. Oh my god, guy had magical breaks. They were playing mostly 10 ball back then when I was looking, which is that game's so much harder than 9 ball. Oh my god. You would think it wouldn't be much harder. Wow, just one more ball on the table, no big deal. No, it's like way harder. %, quant. Perfect roll. I'm actually getting some decent scarab value on this farm. I used to be really good at jump shots, and then I got bad at them. I don't know what happened. Like when you stop practicing it, you just get bad at it. That was a weird thing that happened, I remember. You have a video from this farm? We got last league's videos. They're still pretty applicable. If you want to see the up-to-date kind of intro of the farm explaining it, you can check the VOD from yesterday, like 5 minutes in. That is essentially the YouTube VOD in the making. Wait, I'm running backwards. Ah. We're done. We opened the boxes. Let's go kill the boss. I don't have many cards. $482. Wait, there's 2 bosses here? What the hell? He just like split like an amoeba. You know, it's crazy how long it's been since I've seen a quad fortunate drop here. That's kind of depressing. Like 20 maps or something. Map 90. Guys, am I going to get a big card or not? Nope. Guy just comes out and says it. Full despair mode. Just says it like no remorse whatsoever. Nope. Today is not the day. Alright, so if I just like turn the PC off in stream and come back tomorrow, will that make me drop it? Is that your advice? I suppose you'd like me to raid red vials while I'm at it. Nah. I got record-breaking quant roll on this map. 69. I got 69% increased quantity of items found. You guys know how much that is, right? That's a lot. Gonna watch red vials? Oh, he's the other divination guru. He's more popular than me. You should watch him. You should always watch the most popular person only. Whoever has the most views, who is online, is the person you should be watching. Connor viewer. Oh, that's awkward. This is the part where I say I've never actually watched Connor stream. I don't even know why that is, actually. I've seen his YouTube videos, though. I've heard people talk about him off and on. I only watched like, I think I watched his what was it? It was his Manaforge Delve, like Delver Archmage Manaforge build or something like that. It's like 3 leagues ago. Making all kinds of impossible builds. What do you mean by impossible build? Like, I know he gets made fun of for his build while simultaneously, like, being good at making builds. Like, I can relate to that, I guess. A little bit. I surrender. Multi-mirror to builds that are way too weird and obscenely powerful. Strength, int, mana. I mean, I never used those archetypes, so yeah, I wouldn't know. Literally the opposite archetype that I ever play. least I got twisters though in PoE 2. I guess in PoE 2 the Dext archetype's a little more exciting over there. Although Strength and Int archetype is on deck. A form of the Druid. 789 cards, above average. An above average showing. I have below average DPS on this guy. I'm ZDPSing in this guy. Why is that? Can't catch me. Can't catch me. Hey, 4 Sephiroth again. Nice. I want better, but I mean, I'm under showing those, under representing these cards. Now 12. No, I'm not under representing them because they are about half as common as Divine Beauty. Yup. Yuppers. Next league, I'm going to make my very first strength int based class. On the complete opposite end of the tree where I usually am. It's gonna be wild. Y'all not ready for this. Shape-shifting Twister God. Master of Wind. Although I'm afraid they might not synergize the druid with wind skills at all. Especially if they put him in the strength mana. What will be the weapon archetype for druid? Are we going to be using cudgels? Staff? Maybe staff. Like war staff or something? Isn't that what Diablo 2 does? Staff versus war staff. I know one thing, I'm sure as hell not wearing a wand. Nah, it'll probably be Scepter again, won't it? Fucking Scepter. Yeah, it'll probably be Scepter again. Alright. Superior Sanctuary map. Maces. Oh yeah, maces. Divine Orb. What? It's crazy. We know we're not getting swords. Still no swords. I don't know why I hit that again. We need Paradoxica. PoE 2 Paradoxica. They're gonna remake Frostblades. What if I go Hollow Palm Druid? I mean, what if they make Hollow Palm Druid automatically synergize with the shapeshifting? That'd be insane. Imagine. Just automatically get Hollow Palm, all the value out of it. While in shapeshifting form. I mean, obviously, if you're a druid in a form, you are Hollow Palm mode because you're not using a weapon. So for the sake of realism, GGG, you better make that a thing. Flicker Strike Hollow Palm Druid, anyone? What if it's good? Imagine that's actually good. No. Like Flicker Strike AoE edition for the range. I want it to be real. Nube, hi. Do you know? No. Can I share bloodlines, boons, trial master? Everyone else in the society ultimatum. I don't know. Somebody in chat probably knows. Bloodlines carry? Oh. Whoa. 362 cards. I only need to drop 4. Divine Beauty. Oh no, now my Sephiroth drop rate is too low. I gotta correct that. Haha. We are in the last 10 maps now. Casting out Ritual in 16.5 got Apothecary on your first map. You must feel bad, man. Getting 1 Apothecary. Imagine dropping 1 Apothecary. I mean, that's even worse than dropping only 2 Apothecaries. I'm over here shooting for 4. You drop 1? I'll probably just leave it on the ground if I were you. Out of protest. You're poor? I mean, makes sense. If you're testing Ritual, you're probably poor. Yeah, and you probably already deleted it from the Harvest workbench too. I mean, look at it this way. Would you rather have one apothecary or two apothecaries? I mean, I don't know why you would ever choose one over two. Thanks, new. I went elemental hit build this league. It's been great trying to swap tornado shot soon. Hit the jackpot 4x apothecary. Why is everybody getting 4 apothecaries except me? You guys make me feel bad. I'm running 100 maps. Can't even drop it. What? Yeah, grats, dude. Grats on your apothecary. At least I get something. Enlighten support. That's a freaking jackpot right there, guys. That's freaking jackpot. What's this? A puzzle box? Oh my god! I got enlighten and a puzzle box in the same map. I made currency this map. I haven't even seen the cards. I haven't even seen the card drops yet. Already in the green on this map.
Just need a moment.
Only that been mage blood. Only. Good omen. Accidentally procced a diviner box before it was rolled. We get the reroll. The lack of apothecary due to a farmer. App number 92. $533 cards. That's like the average penis length, I think. Totally average number of cards. Oh. Divine Beauty. I'm massively overclocking Divine Beauties again. 32 Divine Beauties. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to drop an Apothecary before you get 32 Divine Beauties. Pretty sure. Pretty sure, dude. What is this drop rate? I might have more Divine Beauties than Fortunate cards, for God's sake. Want? Want? All the viewers taking his apothecary. I know, they're siphoning me. Quant? Low rolls. 3 quants, though. Not quat, but div card. Alright. Okay. 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 At least I never accidentally clicked a box because of Shroud Walker on the strat. This is kind of one nice thing about not running Headhunter. No Shroud Walker misclicks. Okay. You just alch the boxes and roll diviners? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it's magic, I leave it. If it's normal, I alch it. If it's rare, I leave it. If it's a diviner box or a cartographer box, scour it, put the engineering orbs in, and then you roll it for a high roll on percent or flat rolls. Wait, I'm still... What am I doing? The opening... Don't unlock that box yet. Not done. Eldritch altars, maybe. I probably got all the Eldritch altars. Hey boss, why are you not using singular focus? If the Mausoleum 16.5 is... sorry, what? Is Mausoleum 16.5 worth 1 divine? Last I knew it was worth 18 chaos. Sorry, what? 1 divine? Is that real? Who made a strat video? 16.5 Mausoleum. Who did that? Probably Red Vials, yeah. No, if you're looking at the old video, that was like, that was different. That was before. Eight mob maps are sorry, 16.5s are not as valuable this league as they have been in previous leagues. Remember, Poverty League, you know. Imagine having so much currency floating in the air that you're totally fine with paying 1 divine per 16.5. What happened to the economy, dude? Oh my god, a soul leader. Hey, we're reopening here. We're getting some serious value. Let me see that quant roll. 268 is big. Keep reopening. Do it 10 times over. 10 times over. I'll even sacrifice my life for it. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Use the current atlas right now. Dang it. We open.
Just need a moment.
This map's actually gonna have a decent number of cards. It's gonna be higher than, I mean, I've had a bit of a slump here on the card count. This might be over 1,000 cards. if it's 1,000 cards, if I can just get 1,000 cards on one boss, I'm definitely gonna drop an apothecary. 1,090. All right, quad apothecary coming up right now. This is it. This is the one. Map number 93. We've waited long enough. The magical RNG moment is due, beyond due, and we're gonna see it. Messiah energy right here, right now. Hit it. All right, maybe next map. Maybe next map. I did get a tink. I think actually 2 tinks technically. I got a Screaming Invitation and Quad Fortunate. I mean, 2 tinks not bad. Am I right? And I dropped 2 Sanctuary maps. I mean, I actually came out pretty good on that map. The cope is real.
They are plotting against you.
The Messiah moment channeled the Fortunate. Yeah, I'm saving all my Messiah energy for PoE 2. It's a better game anyway. That game matters to me more now. Nobody cares about this game. You enjoy PoE 2 more than 1? As of now, if we're comparing 0.3 versus 3.27, yes. Yeah. About the only thing I really enjoyed this league was the making of the build and seeing it work. That was pretty satisfying. I've had the build finished now for, you know, like completely finished for over a week, and so I'm not getting, you know, dividends from that anymore. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, like the current state of farming juicing is pretty awful this time around. We don't even seem to have like a... Some people were comparing this like, oh, Calandra League made a return or whatever. No, Calandra League was actually pretty awesome. You know, if you took that seriously with like the magic finding, God touched hunting and everything. This just doesn't really seem to have anything, what I can tell. I've tried exploring various things on my own, and I've been also plugged in to see what other things people are coming up with, but especially if we compare this league to the previous league, I mean, that's a pretty big, that's a pretty steep fall off in terms of enjoyment of juicing and everything. Pretty steep. Because at least, like, you know, talking about Calandra League back then, Sentinel already had a severe drop off of loot. They had already like squashed their loot a lot from the previous league, and people kind of overlooked it a bit because of all the Sentinels being such a fun mechanic. But Sentinel League was pretty barren when it came to ground loot. You can go look up Snap from back then, see, like, he made, like, he was actually, like, I think he was, like, straight pissed off in that video. Talking about his feedback. Yeah, if you want to see like Snap actually snap on the video, yeah, go watch his feedback video for Sentinel League. It's pretty funny. And that'll remind you how bad it was back then. Yeah, anyway, Calandra League introduced new magic finding components that, you know, if we, you know, imagine we had God Touch farming suddenly in the league right now, people would be pretty happy about that. You'd have some of the FOMO people, obviously, but, you know, target farming God Touch goblins would be a lot more fun than pretty much anything we're doing here, so... At least I think so. And unlike Sentinel to Calandra League transition, we're not going from another poverty league to one poverty league to another. We're going from like a league of many great farms to just like, it's like a barren wasteland of farming strategies. So, you know, I've been reserving judgment about this league because I figured there's probably something. There's probably some hidden strat nobody's thinking of, and then somebody's going to find it, and, you know, something equivalent to Alva last league, or the new Rogue Exile farm, or something. Yeah. Well, ground loot wasn't nerfed in a major way. It's just that every single strat that exploited the lack of ground loot to really crank up the loot, such as the Alpha strat, all of them have been nerfed significantly. And then they were marginally, moderately nerfed as well from just the lower amount of explicit modifiers and quant that you can get on the map. Tier 16.5 not offering as much quant mods and 17s and stuff, so it's a combination of those two things. Yeah, I want to open this box again. Wait, I don't get to open it again? No! Debated. No, I opened this box again, which is not as well rolled. Mercs. What does Mercs have anything to do with loot, though? It doesn't have anything to do with loot. Our quant was insane. Marks had a quant multiplier? Well, okay, I guess. From the party quant, yeah. Forgot about that. Nah, I'm a party tourist, okay? When it comes to party play, I'm a tourist. Proud of it. Hey guys, bet you didn't see this coming. 1,051 cards, which means we got another high stakes chance at a quad apothecary. And it's pretty likely to drop this time, I think. You thought I was tink baiting you before. Shit. Oh, man. That's a good bait tank right there. That's a good one.
I've got some wealth
Oh,
for you.
yeah. Alright guys, I'm done bait tanking you. Okay, we're going for authenticity. Okay, authenticity from here on out. We got 6 maps to get some real drops. Get ready. A lot can drop and say, look, I just walk. I'm like walking on water over here. Just spawned a freaking 16.5 mausoleum out of thin air. Didn't even attack yet. I probably should have leveled gems there. Oh well. He's rigged. Boom. Look at that loot. I mean, I might as well not even kill the boss. Psych. This is Pilfering Divination boss skipping strat. Imagine a Pilfering Divination card farm where I skip the boss. Somehow still like make tons of currency. That'd be a great parody farm. Make pilfering farmers so mad because they'll be like inflating the price of the pilfering scarab by just wasting it. Dude, that'd be so funny. I'd do that. I'd just sub a paranoia scarab for a pilfering scarab on the cluster farm boss skipping edition. just troll that shit out of everybody. Like, yeah, this strat makes so much currency. I'm just gonna, like, put a pilfering scarab in there for no good reason. It's to throw in the form of otherwise most expensive scarabs of preservation. Do none of the content. Okay. Okay, I like your mindset. Imagine like coming out with a parody. Dude, I'd be somebody who could pull that off too. I could pull off a crazy parody strat where it's just like the most unintuitive strategy ever. We're just like literally not taking advantage of any of the synergies at all. That'd be so fun to do that. Yo, stop hurting me. Let me roll the box. Oh my god, misclick. Oh, dude, yes. Okay, so you run Awakening Scarab and click the Quant option anyway. Oh, troll. Oh my god. I mean, the best map ever. I could at least make one map of that. Preservation Scarab, Pilfering Scarab, Awakening Scarab. Pick the Quant option, skip the boss, and then what other 2 scarabs could I completely troll out like that? What else could I do? Kill the boss first. Okay, maybe do like City Square. 16.5 City Square boss rush. That. Oh, and then I'll scry the worst. I'll scry the literal worst EV divination card over to City Square or something like. Imagine scrying the worst map over there. This is what Oh, it'd be so funny. Dude, there's so many things you could do with that. It'd be hilarious. I'll put in like the description of the video. This is a parody farm. Oh, there's a tons of people that would react to that too, especially if I like pawned it off as a serious farm. I wonder if that would make me less popular or more popular if I did that. It might backfire in some way. Roll the map for percent more maps, singular focus, no favorites. Okay. I wouldn't even talk about that. Have a map with like 200% more. Somebody would think I'm doing it for currency, raw currency though. 789 cards. A respectable number. One worthy of a jackpot. Not in this map. It's all right. We have six maps. All right, it didn't have to be all six. It should be one of the six. Just one of the six. Got to be a jackpot. Seems like every time I do the strat on the record, I get unlucky with it.
Everyone you trust has been replaced by a illusion.
Oh my god. Misclick the diviner box. One prefix. It's +1. It's effectively a scoured diviner box. It was so bad. You think twisters will be nerfed for PoE 2? Nope. You know why? Because only 3% of people played Twister. At least when it mattered last league. Actually, the percentage might be different now. I haven't looked at it in forever. But yeah, when I was looking at it, for the most part, it was 3%. They're not going to nerf something that only has 3% player rate. Like, it doesn't matter what the numbers come out to. They'll buff things if they're kind of popular and the numbers don't come out right, but they're not going to nerf things that are that unpopular. They're just not going to do it. I mean, They might nerf it slightly, but it's very unlikely because they decided that Twister was underpowered prior to last league, so they did a very slight buff to it. And so the whole point of a slight buff is like they did, where they did like a 12% across the board damage increase to Twister. The reason they did that is because when they created the skill in 0.2, they, you know, it's a brand new skill, so it's hard to balance, obviously, and they set the numbers to where they thought it would be good. And then they came to find out that Twister was pretty unpopular. And they were probably kind of surprised to see that because it's really strong, but they, I'm sure to some extent they chalked it up to people just being too lazy to press more than one skill in a build. You should kind of need to make Twister good. At least Whirling Slash. It's Wall's Barrage if you really want to ramp it up. And so they revisited it, looked at the numbers passing, and they were like, you know what, Twister was very unpopular last league. Surprising, though, even though we worked so hard on it and thought it was going to be one of the better skills, which I'm sure whoever made the skill was probably thinking that, since they obviously did work a little more than on that skill than most, since it actually has an inherent synergy skill baked into it. So they said, this is kind of a shame. It's so unpopular. Let's buff the numbers then a little bit, okay, and see what happens. See if a bunch of people pick up on it. Well, no, it wasn't really any more popular in 0.3 than it was in 0.2 somehow. And so, you know, they buff it because despite what the numbers, they think the numbers really should be, it was surprisingly unpopular. So now the numbers may be a little higher than it was, but the deciding factor as to whether or not they nerf it with a buff like the one they gave it last league is a vibe check based on how popular it is. So the only chance of it really being nerfed going into next league is if it had been surprisingly popular in 0.3. It was not. So they're not going to nerf it. I don't think I'm reading too deep into it by saying all that. I think that's literally what happened. I don't think they're necessarily going to buff it again. But I think if they do change it, it'll probably be... The only way it would end up being a nerf is if they're doing something like a quality of change buff where, let's say for example, God forbid they did this, but let's say for example they detach Twister from Whirling Slash and made it its standalone skill where Whirling Slash no longer does anything for Twister. And they, you know, Whirling Slash basically is like a 150% damage multiplier on top of a 4x damage multiplier. So let's say they just increase the damage by, let's say they increased it by 300%. Or, no, let's even say they just Twisters automatically spawn as their fully empowered version without Whirling Slash. Let's say that's what they did. Okay, that would be a nerf to the skill, but it would be a quality of life buff. I could see that happening, possibly, and I would hate them if they did that. That kind of thing is the only thing I'm worried about. Yo, it happened 4 times Apothecaries. You don't say. Wow, we must have a lot of people farming Apothecary Pilfering cards right now. I mean, it must be practically the entire chat, because otherwise it would be weird if like everybody who's doing this is dropping Apothecaries except for me. There must be a ton of you out there in the chat who are farming this and have not dropped it yet and are currently in despair like I am right now. Whirling Slash movement seems like something they could nerf. Yeah. Yeah, I could see them nerfing that. I still doubt. I still doubt they would. The reason I'm doubting is because I don't think they have enough time to like really sit down and do those sort of nuanced buffs and nerfs. I think they're probably investing all their energy into like getting the new expansion out and making sure that comes out clean and finishing the animations on Druid and and all that. I know they got different teams, different peoples for doing different things, but nerfing whirling slash movement is bigger than just a numbers tweak. That's a bit of a fundamental change to the skill to nerf it in terms of its movement capacity. It's not the kind of thing I see them doing lightly. It's possible that they might do that. They'll probably give us even more ways to scale movement speed than last time, though. So, for the loss. Need a Quant Doctor. We actually have a lot of Diviner boxes on this map. Look at this. Alright. Whoa, dude. How many Diviner boxes do I have in this map?
Sold something while you were
What? There's actually a lot. Is this the 2K card map? Well, I did have 2,300 cards a while back. There's gonna be a lot though. Oh god, let's hope this map is good. Okay, this is a one of the higher roll quant maps at least, so it already has 200% quant without any help. Unfortunately, couldn't get a frickin' Eldritch altar to save my life on this map. This would have been the one to get it on. So that's sad. Yo, I gotta count the boxes. I gotta count the actual boxes on this one. This is pretty crazy. Alright, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got 2 cartographers as well. 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is a record. I haven't seen more than 8, I don't think. This is 10 Diviner boxes on this map. With 2 cartographer even. So if you've never seen what 10 Diviner boxes on a single map looks like, this is what it looks like. It's rock and roll. Oh, alright. I'll take that. Free money. I certainly have a knack of trying to get into the green before I even kill the boss. With one opening. We open 2 open. 3 opens. Stupid thing, didn't drop any 217s. Wait, that's 4. 4 open, 5, 6, 7. Legacy of free shop box count. Oh yeah, 8, 9, 10. $11. I forgot to roll that box. Still dropped 2. 12. 13. 14. 15. Oh. Alright, the record number of boxes opened, including reopens, is 19. So I got 15 here, but when, on the 19 one, I only had like 160% quant, so this is 200% quant. So it probably is going to be close to 2,000. It's probably close to 2,000. It might be maybe like 2,100 at the most. Oh no, okay, it's a little lower. 1638. Is this worthy, guys? Is this good enough to drop a quad apothecary? Am I qualified now? Am I finally qualified? As everybody looks over on the stream, checks the second monitor. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, the primordial, holy. Oh my god. Well, the primordial, what? I've never dropped 12 the primordial, guys. That's how you know it's crazy. That's crazy. 12 primordial? I mean. There's your YouTube thumbnail. Oh yeah, I guess it could be. The whole screen full of nothing. Yeah, it's not the wealth and power drop now. It's just a. God, dude. I don't have very many highlights on this farm. Not nearly as many as I thought I would. I was supposed to drop at least like 12 fortunate cards. How did I not drop 12 fortunates? You know what I mean? Like, that's just. Not often you see a streamer make less currency than his chat with the same strat. Hey. We're not done yet, alright? A lot can happen in 3 maps. This ain't some by the numbers farm, alright? I could get 8 apothecaries off one boss, alright? That could happen. Imagine I dropped 8 apothecaries off the boss. You know how absolutely insane that would be. I mean, that would be almost as good as dropping 2 mirrors in one map. I've done that before. If I can drop 2 mirrors in one map, I can drop 8 apothecaries in one map, alright? Ooh, big quant. Impressively disappointing. My feelings, dude. Hey, we got another map with a lot of diviners. I've already seen 4, only scouted half the map. And this time, I have Quant Altar. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that, another one. And another one. Gotta make me use all my alch orbs for this. All right. I think it was 5 boxes. Hey, if we can just keep reopening the same boxes over and over again, it's like having 10.
Just need a moment.
4th opening. 5th opening. 6th opening. 7th opening. 8th opening. 9th opening. 9 boxes. Gonna be 1,000. One more? No. So. Oh. 1,012. I forgot to move. Get ready. For the fortunate. And for the primordial. Whoa. Whoa.
Sold something while you were gone?
The DPS is how much DPS right now? Well, I'm around if Detonate Dead is going off cooldown, which is basically the trigger rate cap, almost, it's like poison cap on an Uber boss, so yeah. That's quite a bit. It's like 35 million on an Uber boss. What do I scry in the mausoleum? Defiled Cathedral. I'm trying to get that apothecary. Everybody else is dropping 4 apothecary, not me. I'm never lucky.
Cannot stop death.
Too lazy to find the seer, Chatter says. Every time somebody references the seer, I spawn him out of thin air. Like every single time. Hit. Like mausoleum because of the layout, yup. Well, that and the boss altars don't spawn. And the boss is super easy. It's more to do with the boss. Everything about the boss. One. Not so many boxes on this one. Alright, we're holding out for the last map magic. Two. Three. Oof. Getting no reopens. 352. A humble number. Maybe humility is what it takes to drop a quad apothecary. I just need to be humble and have only 352 cards on the boss. Four fortunates.
Sold something while you were gone.
You think containment is worth it? Oh, for this strat? Yeah. You either go all the way with this strat or you don't do it. Just ask the plethora of players who have dropped 4 apothecaries doing this strat today in the last 20 minutes. Last map. Here it comes. The one for all the marbles. I better see diviner boxes everywhere. And I'm not seeing them anywhere. That's awkward. Oh my god, what? Wait a minute. Dude, I would be... I will actually just like... be so sad if there's no diviner boxes on this map. Imagine that. Dude, I got the quant altar. Alright, we got a diviner box. We got at least one. At least one. One is all I need. I only need one. Alright, give me that quant again. You know, I don't even want another one. I just want one. One box to rule them all. That's all it takes. One box. I open it 10 times anyway. A double quant altar. Oh, I got a second box. Second box. Uh-oh. Third box. For unrequited love. You know, I would settle. I would settle for 4 unrequited love. I would settle for that. No. Damn, we met 4 chosen. That'd definitely be a tank. You know that quad chosen to be a tank. I feel like I should do the old, like, don't look trick and then just read chat on this one. $261 quant. Ooh. All right, because this is the last map, I'm gonna do premium rolls only. Premium rolls only. Yeah. That's a good one. I have, I think, 3 boxes. Maybe only 2. Technically premium. I would Divine Orbit, but I thought I had 3. Quant affects boxes, not rarity. Well, area rarity affects rarity of loot in the box. As far as divination card farming, it's just area quant. Maybe I only had. Maybe I did only have 2. Oh wait, what about this one? Oh. 103% increased chance to contain 4 apothecaries. Whoa. Alright, here we go.
Oh, check in with me when you have a moment.
Oh yeah, of course I get the reopen for that. Damn well better give me a reopen on that. Better give me the mass reopens. I'm gonna divine the box. I better reopen it all day long. All day. All you gotta do is reopen the box. I'll probably, that probably is gonna be the jackpot card box. Clearly deserves to be. Alright, this is the last map. I only have 4 boxes open, but they were very, very high value boxes in quant. So this is still going to be well over 500 cards. And this is the last ditch effort at getting a super jackpot card. It has to happen here. I can't wait anymore. I'm not doing 101 maps. I'm doing only 100 maps. This is it. This is the end. End of the road. 590 cards. I'm going to need everyone in the chat to cross their fingers for this drop. Tankier than usual boss. 1,000 card boss died faster than this. 8 primordials. No. We're dropping the major loot. I mean, look, even the boss is extra tanky, which means they have even more high value cards. Like, if the boss is tanky, he's holding a jackpot. That's basically how this works, okay? Here it is. Here it is. I'm not even going to watch. I'm not looking. Alright. I'm gonna read the chat. I never do this, but I'm gonna do this time. I'm gonna read the chat, see what he dropped. What is it? Huge? Keck? LOL? A huge pile of dog crap. XD despair? Insane? Oh, dude. It's huge. We got a few huge in there. I can't. I'm getting mixed signals here. It's kind of a bad sign. Hold stick. Just leave the map. Alright, I'm gonna look now. Oh, wow. Wow. That was like the worst I've ever seen on 500 cards. What the heck, dude? Oh, God. 100 map. All right. All right. I'll do a compromise, okay? Because that was so bad. I will do a 101th map, but it will not count towards the currency. Okay, it won't count. It'll be completely separate. I need a little redemption. So this is a win-win situation. It's win-win because if I hit, that means, you know, I had it coming. If I miss, that means I at least didn't end like right before I hit. So it's win-win either way. Yeah. I think I have a map somewhere too. Ooh. Wait, this is like way up in value now. They were so cheap before. What? They were like 130 C a piece when I bought them. Oh my god. They went up way in value. Alright, got this mediocre map here. MP is doing about the moment. Oh my god, dude. This guy. Now I'm gonna lose to MP's RNG. Are you kidding me? Oh. Oh. It's not right. Okay, dude. Where is the shrine? Here it is. Imagine no diviner box. That's alright. Because I'll still kill the boss and drop 4 apothecaries anyway. A regular Strongbox. If you drop 4 apothecaries on this drop with apothecary scryed, it probably came from a regular box, not a diviner anyway. Quantity. Hard target for box. War quantity. Actually, I haven't seen a diviner box yet, actually. Yeah. That'd be pretty funny. 101th map has no diviner box. Oh, there's one. There's one. Okay. There's 2 more. Ooh. Lovely. Nice. That makes this a legit alright map. I at least hit average. And a fourth one. 4 diviner boxes. Go number 1. Nada. What the hell? Where'd that Quan Altar come from? Imagine I drop like a Mage Blood. There would be like the ultimate troll, as if he drops a raw Mage Blood in the 101th map. That'd be crazy. So the only thing affecting loot is the boxes, or quant, yeah. Loot from inside the boxes is quant, yes. We got the double reopen? No, just one. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Alright, 6 opens on 4 boxes. 7 opens on 4 boxes. Alright guys, the bonus round. It counts, but it doesn't count. It counts for the sake of my sanity. $838 cards. Dude, why is he so chunky? This feels like I got no life on here. Give me my leech, bro. Where's my leech, bro? Wow. That's kind of awkward. I like how my graft is kicking in. Well, we're making this suspenseful. So suspenseful. Now, apparently, this is like a less accuracy map. Is the only way, the only explanation for this. Do 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 do. I did not have the endurance. For the patient. All right. See? See, I did enough maps. I wasn't going to drop anything anyway. That's it. Flame Surge. Flame Surge. I don't even know if I want to go through the process of liquidating anything. I don't even think I do. I think I'm going to be lazy on this one. It's been a long day. Been a grueling grind. Maybe 100 is rightful. Maybe if this league was actually decent, I would do 100 more. Oh, he went there. Nah, we got the better of the 2 games coming up. With Druid Twister action. I gotta get ready for that. Actually, I'll probably play some Age of Empires 2. I think Age of Empires 2, current state of Age of Empires 2 is probably better than our current state of PoE 1 right now. Maybe I'll do that. Are you not enjoying the league? I enjoyed the league because of the build that I made, but I'm not getting dividends out of playing the build. Like I've already played it quite a bit, this league, and I'm at the point where either I need to switch to another more powerful build or just stop playing. And with PoE 2 league coming around the corner, the answer is going to be just stop playing. PoE 2 league, Druid Twister shape-shifting synergies with wind skills. Log in. That's my prediction. Not only is Twister not nerfed, it'll be indirectly buffed by virtue of the Druid Ascendancy. Alright. Wow, I'm rich. Am I still selling clusters of all things? Oh my god. Let's see the final tally. I made like her wolf. I made 58 divines in, oh god, how much time? 6 hours. 1,080. What? Wow. 11 hours. I think that's what it usually is, man. 11 hours to do this farm. Net plus 50 div. 58. But I think the containment scarab is spiked up. I bought them and they were less. No, maybe I'm wrong. I can't remember. No, they didn't spike that much. They were still worth like a div and a half, right? Or were they worth only 1 div like 2 days ago, or were they a div and a half 2 days ago? Let me look on here. Okay, Brother's Gift is the 13th most valuable card right now. It's not terrible. 1.3. Okay, I think it's just that Chaos Orbs got weaker lately. Something like that. Dude, I dropped 18 Divine Orbs? Actually pretty impressive. 18 Divine Orbs. Wow. 56. $32 monochromes. Oh, they were 1-1 yesterday. What? Oh, they did go up a lot. Oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah. It was. Yeah, it really was like 1-1. I thought it was. Okay, that means that's an extra 30 divines that was lost. So that cuts my net profit in half, basically, from 58 to like 38 or 30 or something like that. But you know, that's not how I'm gonna report it, because you know I bought them for what I bought them for when I started it. Well, at least probably make an honorable mention of that. Oh, sorry, I made more than that because it's not counting like this. It registers as well, actually, the sanctuary maps are at 43 C apiece, I guess. Let me see here. Instant buyout, no corruption. 53. It's not off. Okay. Alright, some of the cards. It's saying the bones is worth. What? The bones isn't worth that much. The bones isn't worth anything. I gotta pull some of the cards that aren't actually worth anything. The Wretched, 1.8 CP, that's probably accurate. I've never taken a full week off PoE2. Seems like there isn't enough depth to know life that RNG. Well, if there is going to be enough depth, it might be this league. Supposedly this league is supposed to be all about major in-game changes. Will either be 0.1 when the game is brand new, or this league. So, you know, you got a chance. After the strap? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm probably going to stream AoE 2 a couple days here. That's probably what I'm going to do. I'm getting... It's been a while. I'm getting a little bit back into that game. Within... like 10 days out, within a few days before the reveal, I'm going to start streaming PoE 2 again. Because I'm probably gonna like at least like level practice, that kind of thing. Pisses me off. I can't level practice a druid class starter because we have literally no class that starts on the Inquisitor wheel. I actually can't level start it. Am I enjoying PoE 2 more than PoE 1? I said this earlier. Yeah, this is the first time I can say that, pretty honestly. I enjoyed playing 0.3 more than I enjoyed playing 3.27. I can say that, honestly. I maybe enjoyed maybe I enjoyed 3.26 more than 0.3. Maybe. I enjoyed both of them a lot, actually. I enjoyed both 3.26 and 0.3. Most people enjoyed 3.26 for a variety of reasons. 0.3 was really fun for me because the build was just fantastic. It was one of the most enjoyable ARPG builds I've ever played, ever made. The creation process and refining process, the testing, all the crazy tech that was involved, especially weapon swap stuff. That was really, really fun to do that. It was actually so fun, it really slowed me down from grinding. I got off to a slow start. in 0.3 grinding wise, because I've spent so much time exiting the game or testing different things, and at one point we had to literally fix a broken bug fixed whirling slash speed component. So but yeah, I think there's no question about it. And yeah, there's probably a lot of you enjoying 0.3. I don't think that many people enjoy 0.3 because the end game's still not that fun for them, but most people really liked Abyss. They really liked Act 4. They liked the campaign. They liked Abyss, even though it was kind of a cluster F. They really liked crafting, even though it's a bit over the top. And endgame was a little more tolerable because of the loss of the towers functionality. And, you know, you had an alternative juicing strat thing, just breach. Abyss was fun. Abyss juicing was really fun, too. Like, there were a lot of different ways to approach it, too. Especially the overrun maps. That was really fun. I hope... I don't know, part of me hopes Abyss stays, but... It's like... It's like the low road and the high road. The low road is Abyss stays basically the same. Yay, it's a fun strat. But that's not going to be the best thing for the game. The best thing for the game is for them to like keep coming out with new and awesome league mechanics that are further and further detached from what we've ever seen in PoE 1. I don't think they're giving themselves enough breathing room and timing and stuff to do that, to make brand new league mechanics very much. I'm really hoping that 0.4 has a totally brand new league mechanic, unlike anything we've ever seen in PoE 1. That would give me a lot of faith in the game. But until then, we've basically just seen rehashes of PoE 1 league mechanics in the game. For the most part. So while a part of me says, I really hope Abyss stays, another part is like, can we please stop just rehashing PoE 1 mechanics in PoE 2? Can we make a brand new game? Would be great. At least Abyss was quite a bit different and enhanced from PoE 1, but that's still a little bit lame, I think. Still a little lame. That it's still just taking... That it's even so much as taking the core concept of a PoE 1 league mechanic. Because there's definitely more things similar between Abyss and PoE 1 and Abyss and PoE 2 than differences. There's more commonalities than differences, by far. And to me, that's kind of unfortunate. So I think you guys know what I mean. There's a lot of nuance in my opinion on that. I appreciate the quality of the league mechanic as a standalone league mechanic. I appreciate the enhancements to it, the evolution of it, especially like the crafting components. I appreciate the combination of like Veil Chaos, Veil Exalted Orbs and crafting and essences and all the cool new currencies and all the wild varieties of juicing it, more so than, you can juice PoE 2's Abyss more than you can PoE 1 in a variety of ways. I appreciate all that, but I really want to see them take the high road and make brand new content. It seems like all the brand new content people don't like, though. Like the Delve-inspired Atlas tower system is truly brand new system. People don't like it. Arbiter fight is alright, but I think people think it's kind of meh or a joke. I don't know. Alright, I gotta get this video done. Five div per hour. Fine. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the hardest challenge for the devs, to make a game that is approachable enough for decently skilled newer players, decently enough skilled newer players or casuals to finish the game in a reasonable amount of time, while simultaneously not allowing it to be utterly trivial for tryhards. That's like the ultimate challenge for developers on a game like this. Alright. Gaps. Okay, guys, we're here. We are getting the results done here and now. I have the dump tabs A, B, C. Not many uniques, as you can see, and a lot of div cards. Quite a few maps. And yeah, a lot of T16.5s, a lot of, you know, just mausoleums, which I'm a quality and Val. A lot of sanctuary maps, which we'll see in a minute. All that, we'll look at the breakdown of Wealthy Exile in a second, but it's just kind of showing you the grand picture of the macro view of all the things that dropped in there. What is the real value, though? Here it is, the breakdown. 265 divines in here. Now, truth be told, this data set is kind of hard to estimate for a variety of reasons. The application doesn't do a terrific job on estimating, especially some of the lower value cards and what they're really worth if you're trying to like Faustus them, if you try to do it quickly versus sit on them for a while. The tier 16.5s don't even show up here. Usually I estimate those up, as well as sanctuary maps are actually worth more than 53C. Some other things are worth more than what the app says. Some things are worth less as well. Again, getting kind of towards the end of this little PoE 1 journey here, as we got the PoE 2 reveal coming out in a couple weeks or two. And so I think this time around, I'm not going to go crazy off the wall trying to normalize everything, as I alluded in the introduction. So we're just going to kind of leave it like this. I'm just telling you that this is not the most accurate way I've ever estimated the currency per hour. But it's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for me, and that's nice. Here's the whole list of things. Scroll all the way down. That's a lot of different cards, a lot of scarabs. I suppose the scarab loot was higher than I expected. 25 divines worth of scarabs, 45 in currency. I did get 18 divine orbs. 56 sanctuary maps, almost one every other, or a little over one every other map. Monochrome really high on the list. Kind of underestimating its value because the Valdos box is worth a lot more this league than usual. 7 years bad luck. The scried card, 10 of those. No apothecary, okay? I definitely deserved an apothecary, at least looking at these figures here. 36 divine beauties. Yeah, 12 Sephiroth, 78 fortunates. 318 chaotic disposition. And a lot of chaos orbs and exalted orbs. These are mostly leftovers from things I did not use in the dump tab. So I didn't have to actually like resupply anything. I oversupplied everything up front. So actually the investment cost per map was under 2 divines, I'd say, realistically, counting reroll materials. However, something odd happened here that is messing with the results number. The ambush scarab of containment 2 days ago was 1 for 1 divine. It only cost 1 divine orb per containment. So I guess there's a resurgence in demand for the containment scarab. It's now 1.3 div. And so, I mean, that effectively raised the investment cost around 30 divines beyond what I had to pay for it. Yikes. But I'm not factoring that in to the final results. Anyway, let's get to everything. Here we go. As a reminder, investment cost was 210 divines, 0.4. That counts reroll materials. A surplus of reroll materials. Gross number is 265. That's what the app showed. Net profit 54.6. divines per map, 1.5, or sorry, half a divine per map, basically. Div per hour, 5. Okay, this is 11-hour farm. Yeah, we're spending a little bit of time in the maps, between 6 and 7 minutes. That's what it usually is when I do this strat. 5 divs an hour is the lowest number I've seen all league long, and there's a couple reasons for that. Mainly, it's inherent to the strat being Giga Jackpot oriented. If you do 100 maps to the strat and you don't drop any of the super jackpot cards, which I didn't, those are the kind of numbers you're going to get. You're basically happy to even come out positive. That's the way it goes. Thankfully, you know, a lot of the sort of mini jackpots, the Brother's Gift helps a little bit. Just getting a lot of those Sanctuary maps and Divine Orbs every once in a while. If you do enough maps, even if you don't get lucky, you will come out positive. Any one given map, you're going to be negative. But, you know, if you do like a couple dozen maps, you're probably going to be at least positive. But then you have to do enough maps to see a super jackpot card to really hit that high note on there. So, them's the numbers. 5 divs per hour. Probably, you know, 5 to 10 div per hour on average, I guess. Although it might be less now with the new containment scarab cost. I don't know. There's a lot of things I didn't really normalize. Again, like the Sanctuary maps, I didn't even count the 16.5s as anything. So that's like essentially an extra, you know, it's an extra 1/8 of a divine or something per 16.5 that wasn't even tabulated. Yeah. Dad strat. Alright, so final thoughts. What shall I say? There was this peculiar number of people in my chat this whole time who were claiming we're dropping quad apothecaries. I don't know if they were trolling me or if it was serious, but at least probably a few of them were serious. So it does happen. Didn't happen to me this time. Unfortunate. The stakes weren't very high, and I think that's one of the big takeaways for me to give to you guys. This is a high stakes farm that you probably don't want to do unless the stakes in general aren't very high for you. Like, I've already finished the build, really. I'm not trying to move on and farm a boatload of currency to do X, Y, Z. It was just kind of for fun, and we'll see what happens. And it's kind of a good strat that if you're like, you know, you're kind of done with the league in a certain way and you just want to feed into that crazy jackpot feeling that you might get, and you're at that stage of the league, it's a good strat for that for sure. If you're just wanting to go maximum risk, maximum reward for whatever reason, it's a good strat for that. The numbers being what they are, it's still one of the better strats this league. Actually, this strategy last league was not particularly good because there were so many strats that kind of offset the value of what div cards had to offer. You know, even tier 0s weren't really worth that much. And aside from mirror cards, you weren't you weren't making that much currency doing this strat last league. So it's kind of it's one of those things where I think even though I personally got not so great results, I do think it is one of the better strats this league, broadly speaking, all things considered. I'm not willing to do 1,000 map test to test this, but it sure would be nice if I did win 1,000 maps. I have thought about it before. Maybe next league or the league after, I might do this 1,000 map. I don't really want to roll boxes for 1,000 maps though, but that's kind of a set you need to do in order to at least come close to getting to the bottom of this. Honestly, it's crazy to say this. I don't even think 1,000 maps of this is really gonna do due diligence. It's one of those strats you probably need to do about 10,000 maps to really get an accurate picture of how good it truly is. And I'm definitely not doing 10,000 maps. All right. Well, guys, it's been fun. That's it. And you know, you hear me use that language like I'm done with the league. It's kind of true. Like I'm kind of done with it. This league has been definitely not one of the better leagues. I really enjoyed the making of the build. It's basically done now, and several people enjoyed it. A lot of people have moved on to something else, something better. It had a ceiling, and I've hit the ceiling for the most part. And if I were to continue playing, I would be moving on to some kind of tornado shot, maybe poison tornado shot. I don't know, but I think I'm going to opt out. This is only a 6-week league as far as swapping over to PoE 2. It's already time to start mentally shifting over there. And I really enjoyed PoE 2 last league, so I'm looking forward to it. So for the most part, perhaps, we're signing out of PoE 1. This is probably the last video I'll come out with. Probably. Before the end of the league. But I will still pay attention to the comments if you guys have any questions. It is a pretty complicated strat. It's a lot of fun to do. I really enjoy it. But yeah, this is kind of my last hurrah. this time. So let me know if you have any questions. I'll be sure to take a look, answer them if I can. Until then, hope you're getting a lot of fun out of this league, even if I'm not per se. And I hope you're looking forward to PoE 2, because it's going to be a blast. We'll see you guys next time. Okay. Alright. That's a nice closing video, I guess. I hope too many people aren't bummed out about the league being as short as it is. But yeah, definitely not tickling my fancy, this league. Disappointing league. Yeah, I'm not that concerned about currency per hour. I gotta say, actually, looking back at everything, I liked a lot of leagues that people didn't like. I liked a lot of leagues that people did like. As far as my own personal enjoyment, I think it's probably true for me to say that 3.26 has been the least 3.27 has been the least enjoyable league I've ever played since I started playing 3.14. I don't think it's the worst, not necessarily categorically the worst league since 3.14, but as far as my own personal enjoyment, I think it's been the least enjoyable one for a variety of reasons. I don't think it's necessarily burnout on PoE 1 in general, but it's the combination of it just being a dud of a league, plus there's another game I'm interested in playing. It's called PoE 2. I can already see the chips falling the way they are. I mean, it's pretty obvious that, especially right now, this moment, a lot of us feel like we're already hitting that transitory time where the one game is starting to surpass the other game. Not everybody feels that way, but it's starting to hit me that way. You guys know what I mean? Do you feel me? I'm not one to complain about a league. It was a fine league. It was alright. I've seen better. But I am genuinely excited about 0.4. Both for 3 reasons. 1, to get to play my favorite build, Twister, again, one way or another, unless they nuke it for some reason. 2, AoE themed variation of the build. Like, I would be halfway excited to play Amazon or Deadeye again, but rather than that, I'm going to play a new variant. Will be AoE themed, which the Druid probably will be able to handle, if not Titan Twister's still in the cards. And 3, new endgame overhaul in 0.4. We're promised a serious overhaul in 0.4. It's going to, I guess, vitalize the endgame, make it real and fun and more depth to it. And for those 3 reasons, I'm pretty excited. 7k hours in PoE 1, and I'm already pivoting to a PoE 2 main player. Alright. Or pivoted. I see. I never did craft this bow. I was gonna craft this as an upgrade. Oh, somebody else showed a bow, I didn't realize. So, maybe you guys can help me. Is it true that, let's say you had this item, but instead of... Alright, let's say the item had only 3 modifiers. Cast on crit, +1 socketed gems, crit multi, shaper mod. You can then benchcraft, can have up to 3 modifiers. Crit multi when near a rare enemy or unique enemy, plus 2 socketed support gems. Then you could use a Veiled Exalted Orb to remove, a 1 in 6, to remove 3 additional modifier craftables, and then hit attack speed hybrid, Dextent. And it would keep the crit multi, bench, and support gem benchcraft. Is that right? Is that how it works? Because that would actually be as good, if not better, than me trying to go nuts on this thing. Is that how it works? Nobody knows, huh? I think it is, because... It says here, removes a random modifier first and adds a random veil modifier to rare item. First. Alright. Alright. Dude, I'm like broke. I finally got one mirror shard from a shipment. My 4th shipment at 25 mil. Got one mirror shard. So I've sent like 70 million food worth of food, and I've got one mirror shard for it. Game. This game, dude. This game, dude. Alright, well, today was a better than average stream, I think. I talked my freaking ass off today. We talked about all kinds of stuff. Including anime. And living in Japan. Or should I disenchant for dust? I like Bloodseekers. I think it's a good one. Tier 0 Bloodseeker. Oh, wait, King Kongor got a 3rd mirror? Are you kidding me? What? Alright, we're gonna raid King Kongor. He was in here earlier saying hi. Number 1 anime recommendation? Bleach anime is probably one of the best. Or if you want something super cultural, go Mushishi. I talked about that one earlier. That's a completely different kind of anime, though. Or my first anime that got me hooked into anime was Full Metal Panic. That was a funny one. Did he really drop 3 mirrors this league? Adventuring? I don't know what you mean exactly by adventuring, but... I'll let you figure it out. I'm signing out today. I will not be on tomorrow. I'll be posting the video. And then, yeah. I'll be on the day after, probably. Maybe Age of Empires 2 this time. Monty with the last question. A tutorial for this build for 1 div currency. I can do that in PoE 2, but not with this build. You can't do this build on 1 div currency. You'd have to be doing a Toxic Rain version. Which I have a Toxic Rain variant of this build prior to the swap. You can't do this build with any less than like 10 div. Yeah, sorry. The Poison can cast on crit version. Anyway, signing out. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time.